All right, Mayor, we are live on YouTube.
Thank you very much. It is Wednesday, December 8th at 5:02 p.m. I'm calling the regular meeting of the governing body to order, attending it virtually. We'll begin with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Vigil Koppler. We will have a salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilwoman Villarreal, an invocation led by Councilor Garcia, and then remembrances as anyone wishes to raise their hand and be recognized. So with that, please rise and join in the pledge, the salute, and the invocation. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the state of New Mexico. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
In honor of our two dear colleagues that are going to be departing us soon, I thought I'd leave us with a quote from Pericles, who was a Greek statesman and a general during the golden age of Athens. And his saying is, "What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but is what woven into the hearts of others." With that, I'll hand it back to you, Mayor, for remembrances.
Thank you, Counselor. Well said. If anyone wants to mention someone or some person close to them who we've lost or you want to remember, please just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Any hands? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to recognize the life of my great aunt, Annie Miera, who used to live in Santa Fe, but mostly lived in Albuquerque, and just thinking about her and how much she provided strength and resilience in our family. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's also keep in mind the spike in COVID we're seeing. Families, individuals, friends, neighbors, colleagues in city government and other governmental entities who are battling against different COVID variants. Let's keep them in our thoughts and hope everyone stays healthy, stays safe, recovers, and comes back, and we can see them return to good health. So let's take a minute and keep those people in our thoughts. Very good. Thank you, everybody. So with that, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll for our meeting to begin?
Yes, Mayor Weber.
Present.
Councilor Betha.
Here.
Councilor Cassett.
Here.
Councilor Garcia.
Present.
Councilor Lindell.
I'm here.
Councilor Rivera.
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth.
I'm here.
Councilor Vigil Koppler.
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get to the approval of the agenda, I'm informed that Daniel Hernandez is sick and will not be able to present a Midtown briefing tonight. So I'd like to take that off the calendar and we'll reschedule it into next year for our meeting. So that will simply not be possible for him to participate. Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point of personal privilege, let everybody know that the procedural rules are on our agenda tonight. We will be, when we get to that agenda item, we will be making a motion to refer that resolution and the rules themselves to the Public Works, Public Utilities Committee meeting on Monday, December 13th. So just wanted everybody to know why it was on the agenda, and also let the public know we won't be hearing the substance of that bill tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so with that one item pulled and the notification from Counselor Mayor-Worth about the other, can we get a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Oh,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Councilwoman
just
Villarreal.
one correction too for the agenda. Item H is a duplicate. To,
Yes, I
it's
see
the
it.
same item as G, just so we know. So
Yeah.
we won't be hearing H because
Right,
it's the
G
same.
and H, correct. Thank you for pointing out they're the same item, just published.
So I move to approve as amended.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilwoman. There's a motion to approve as amended, and there is a second from Counselor Vihil Coppler. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Batha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero-Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Agenda has been approved.
as amended. Thank you.
As
And-
amended, yes.
And the consent calendar, individuals, if you could just raise your hand for things you wish to not leave on consent, I'll make notes and we can take those up off of consent. If there are hands to go up. I see Counselor Vihil Coppler and Counselor Garcia. I think you're muted, Counselor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you. I would like to remove item R and X.
RX, you sound like a doctor.
Yes.
R and X. And Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove J for a quick question and AI for a quick correction.
Give me 1 second to catch up with you, Counselor.
Sure.
J as in James,
That is correct.
and then, I'm sorry, AI?
Yep.
Okay.
As in artificial intelligence.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've got you covered. And Counselor Lindell, your hand is up,
Item N, please.
as in,
Nancy.
all right, we've got a Lindell counselor on that. Any other items from up? Counselor Romero-Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to note that on item M, I am listed as a co-sponsor, and I don't believe I ever added my name to that. So just want to flag that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll correct that so you are not listed as a co-sponsor. The city clerk will fix that. Any other hands up on the items that are currently on consent to be taken from consent? If not, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
Move to
Move to
approve.
approve as amended.
I hear Counselor Garcia first on that one. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal has seconded it, so we have a motion to approve consent as amended.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Romero.
I just realized I do have amendments on the Health and Safety Task Force. Did we pull that? Is that one of the ones?
Can you give me a number, a letter?
It's so hard to see.
It's K, I believe.
I don't think it got,
Actually, G is in George.
G is in George. Did that get pulled?
Oh,
no.
no, I apologize. Counselor Cassett is correct.
A is in kangaroo. As long as we're playing the alphabet.
Kangaroo.
Okay, it is.
If we could add that one, I do have amendments.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we, if in courtesy to Counselor Romero-Worth, can we withdraw those and get her consent item withdrawn?
My motion is withdrawn.
And the second, please. Also.
I withdraw my second.
Thank you. And so we're withdrawing those. So we have a clean slate. Back to you, Counselor Romero Worth. You want
Move to approve as amended, pulling, adding the addition of pulling K off for amendments.
We got you withdrawing K from consent. Back to you, Counselor Garcia, for a motion.
Move to approve as amended.
And Councilman Villarreal, you wish to renew your second?
Second.
We
Yes,
have a
second.
motion and we have a second to approve consent as amended. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right. Our next item is approval of minutes from our regular governing body meeting of November the 10th, 2021. Are there any amendments or changes to those minutes? And if not, can we get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Mayor, sorry, Mayor
Yes,
Weber, if I can, I did want to note on the minutes, actually on page 32, item K, there was a resolution number inadvertently assigned by the stenographer. We are going to have those removed, but have that item removed. He accidentally assigned resolution 69. So, and that has not been approved. So I would like to make that correction before the minutes are approved.
all right, so we are correcting the minutes to make that
Mo-
adjustment.
Move to approve as amended.
And a second, please.
Second.
A second from Counselor Cassett. Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
all right, Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Minutes have been approved as amended.
thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to item number 9A on our agenda?
Yes, item 9A is a presentation. It's Public Safety Radio System presentation by Manuel Gonzalez, our interim ITT director.
Very good. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Manuel Gonzalez, the interim ITT Director for the City of Santa Fe. With me tonight, I have Community Health and Safety Director Kira Achua, Fire Chief Paul Babcock, Interim Police Chief Paul Joy, Subject Matter Expert Lieutenant David Webb from ITT, Network Operations Manager Larry Worstel, Project Management Office Manager Audrey Abeyta, NU Services Manager EJ Duran, Project Manager Joseph Abeyta, Business Analyst Jackie Henley, and from the State of New Mexico Department of Information Technology, Vince Bradley. Well, we are here tonight to provide the governing body an update and the direction the city is going in with the public safety radio system. First slide, please. Project history. The city of Santa Fe went live with the new Motorola P25 public safety radio system on February 13th. Immediately, Santa Fe Fire and Santa Fe PD were experiencing multiple issues with the system, from dead zones throughout the city, out of coverage issues throughout the city, and poor audio transmission. Our first responders were reporting that as alien talk. On February 15th, we notified Motorola of the issues we're experiencing. They could not replicate the issues. On February 19th, we opened a ticket with Motorola to resolve these issues. Their response was that it was user error or interference from bidirectional antennas throughout the city. On February 21st, we escalated this issue with Motorola management. They flew in engineers and technicians from out of state that weekend to troubleshoot the issue. What they identified was the location of the Motorola P25 system. It was located at Los Montoyas. They informed the city that the architecture design was originally designed for the prime site, Buckman site. In June of 2018, the city of Santa Fe decided to move this new system to Los Montoyas site. We did not receive any risk or issues from Motorola when that move was decided. To mitigate this issue, IT replaced every antenna on all Santa Fe PD units for a number of 90 units. We replaced every outdated XTL radio and replaced them with new APX radios, and that was 65 radios. Lieutenant Webb and our radio shop technicians were able to implement those that new hardware within 2 weeks. After that, we initiated a contract with Motorola to move the P25 system from Los Montoyas back to the Buckman site, which is the prime site, which we call Buckman site. Next slide, please. After we initiated that contract, later that in June, we started experiencing hard outages with the system. We're losing complete communication with our public safety radio system from 20 seconds to 5 minutes. We notified Motorola about the issue. They came back to the city of Santa Fe and identified that it was caused by a legal carrier. They believed a legal carrier from out of the state was jumping onto our system during storms and was causing our outages. We began to troubleshoot and look at what they identified as the outage. We contacted the FCC and notified them that we had an issue with a legal carrier jumping onto our tower. The FCC notified us that it'll be several months before they could get someone on site to address that issue. We're experiencing dead zones throughout the city of Santa Fe, mainly Lower Arfria, Lower Alameda, Lower Siringo Road, and out of coverage on the south side, mainly Airport Road. Motorola has been very difficult to deal with since we've gone go live. Every issue we bring to Motorola's attention, they tend to put it back to the city of Santa Fe. Next slide, please. After identifying that it possibly a legal carrier issue, we also identified that it could be a BDA, a bidirectional antenna, that was causing this interference. We identified 2 locations for BDAs at Santa Fe PD and Presbyterian Hospital. The Santa Fe PD BDA is a Motorola piece of equipment installed by Motorola, but they refused to support us on identifying if that was causing the issues. After trying to troubleshoot the hard failures we're experiencing, our radio technicians disabled the fail-soft feature in the Motorola system, and that seemed to take care of the fail-soft issues we're experiencing. It's really hard to troubleshoot if that did fix the issue, because we haven't seen any storms that we're experiencing over the summer. Another way to mitigate this issue is we purchased cell phones for every PD officer and enabled a push talk application. So if there was any outage with the system, they could go to their cell phones and activate the push talk feature. Next slide, please. When we were experiencing these issues and we implemented that contract with Motorola, there were several deliverables that were assigned to the city of Santa Fe. One of them was to add additional power to the Buckman Tower and to create space at the Buckman Tower. We did complete those deliverables. We were notified by the owner of Buckman Tower, who's privately owned, that they were requiring a permit to put additional equipment on that tower. After that, we notified Motorola. They informed us that they do not apply for building permits. The city of Santa Fe would have to do. We went ahead and received a waiver from the city of Santa Fe land use and from the state of New Mexico on a building permit. We've presented that to SBA, who owns the tower. We have not received a response if they will accept a waiver for a building permit. During that time, we decided to put the project on hold with the site move from Los Montoyas to Buckman. I didn't want the city to be charged with any more deliverables if there was a showstopper with a building permit. We were coming up to Fiestas and Zobra. We had concerns that the system would go down during these large events. So we reached out to the state of New Mexico to see if they could provide us with backup radios that we could switch to the state radio system if there was an outage during Zobra and Fiestas. The state provided us with 120 radios. So during those events, our officers were carrying 2 radios, our own public safety radio, system radio, and the state of New Mexico radio as backup. And contacting the state of New Mexico, they informed us that they could do a change order with Motorola, and instead of moving our P25 system to Buckman Road, they could move it to DPS and we can move over to the state system. This option will give us advanced coverage throughout the city of Santa Fe. It will not only address those dead zones we're experiencing in the lower areas of Alameda, Arfria, and Seringa Road, it also provide coverage on the south side of Santa Fe Airport Road. Next slide, please. If we could continue to move forward with the Los Montoyas to the Buckman site tower, it would not resolve the outages we were experiencing during the thunderstorms this summer. It does not provide a redundancy for our public safety radio system. Right now, if lightning struck our tower, any kind of natural disaster or man disaster, vandalism or terrorist activity at that tower, we'll lose all communication with our public safety department, from fire to police. Next slide, please. The site move from Los Montoyas to Buckman was a contract for $273,000. We're going to move forward with doing a change order to move that, to have Motorola move the P25 system from Los Montoyas to DPS tower. We have asked Motorola for a spent to date on that contract. We've asked them several times. We're going on 4 weeks and have not received a response. Moving to the state system will provide us on-site support within Santa Fe. If we stay with Motorola, it's a 1-800 number we call. They put in a ticket in and they would have to drive someone from Albuquerque to look at the issues we're having with our system. With the state, they have, like I said, they have engineers and technicians located in Santa Fe. In order to get redundancy without moving to the state system, we would have to stand up a second tower. We were looking at standing up a second tower at DPS. We were informed that that is not an option. The only way we could put our equipment at DPS is if we move to the state system. We have estimated to stand up a second tower for redundancy at a cost of around $1 million. Next slide, please. So at this time, the city of Santa Fe has decided to move to the state public safety radio system. It provides redundancy for the city of Santa Fe with multiple towers throughout the city and throughout the state. It increased coverage for the city of Santa Fe. It will address the coverage issues we're having on the south side of Santa Fe. We'll have local 24/7 support for that system with the state. It's first tier technical support. It'll eliminate the illegal carrier issues that Motorola is saying that we're experiencing right now with our system. We're currently on an 800 bandwidth. The state system is on a 700 bandwidth, which is only for the state system. We will not lose any communication between the city of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. We will be able to communicate with other agencies throughout the state: Albuquerque PD, Albuquerque Fire, Rio Rancho PD, Sandoval County Fire and Sheriff, Bernalillo County Fire and PD, State of New Mexico, and the FBI. Currently, with our system, we do not have interop capability with those other agencies. If moving to the state system also provides us redundancy with our dispatch center. Worst case scenario, if this RECC goes down, we could immediately switch over to the state police dispatch center. The state of New Mexico will manage all contracts with the Motorola and technical support. This transition will take around 6 to 8 months to complete. Next slide, please. Any future towers with Motorola will have to be coordinated through the state system. These are the risks. Cost and credits are estimated at this time. We haven't fully mapped out what this will cost. We do have some cost, but we're still working on that. We will still need RECC approval for this move. There could be additional costs for additional dispatch licensing. Next slide, please. These are the costs we have identified: $200,000 to reprogram all our radios with this with Santa Fe PD and Santa Fe Fire, reconfiguration of the consoles at RECC. We're looking at around $30,000 to $50,000. It would be a 20-month subscription fee for every radio that is turned on for that month with the state. We're looking at that cost to be around $144,000 a year. We're also looking at getting credits for that equipment that will be moved to DPS from the state of New Mexico. The state will also assist us with a Homeland Security grant estimated around $3 million for moving over to the state system. Next slide, please. Here's a map, a current coverage map of what we're experiencing now with our public safety radio system. Everything in green you see is where we have coverage. Everything in brown is where we're experiencing issues, either dead zone or out of coverage. You can see the brown areas are all the lower areas I mentioned: Lower Alameda, Lower Arafria, Lower Siringo, and the south side of Santa Fe Airport Road. Next slide, please. This is everything in purple is what will be covered with the state system. As you can see, it covers the entire city of Santa Fe. The light purple were the areas that we do not have coverage with our current system. Next slide, please. At this time, moving to the state system is the most beneficial for public safety for the city of Santa Fe. It'll eliminate outages that we're experiencing. It'll improve communication for our first responders and RECC. It'll increase the ability to communicate with other agencies outside of the city. Provides backup towers. The state system has 2 towers in the city of Santa Fe, one at Baton Building and one at Tesuque Peak. With our equipment moving to DPS, that'll give 3 towers within the city. So we'll have true redundancy with our system. The state will also assist us with that change order for the move from Los Montoyas to Buckman, and to change order to move Los Montoyas to DPS. Next slide, please. This slide is just on the RECC definition. I think most of the counselors, the governing body, is familiar with RECC. There'll be no change in the GPA with the county on supporting the RECC. We'll still hold up our end of supporting the RECC, which I believe is around 570,000 a year. Next slide. Before we get to questions and answers, I would like to recognize Lieutenant David Webb, radio shop technicians, Ryan Campion and Joe Gallegos. Since we went live in the public safety radio system in February, they've been dedicated. They've been working long hours to keep that system up and running. They've been mapping out and implementing mitigation strategies and contingency plans. I'll also like to recognize Joseph Abeta, project manager, and Jackie Henley. They took over this project in August and just took a deep dive and really started guiding this project. At this time, we stand for questions.
Thank you. Can I see anybody's hand who wants to ask a question or comment on the presentation, please? We'll start with Councilman Villarreal and then Councilor Rivera. I see your hand too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Gonzalez, for the presentation and this urgent situation. I was just curious, based on what you presented, do you all want to continue working with Motorola? Does that make sense?
So the state system is a Motorola system. The vendor doesn't change, but the state will work with Motorola. We will no longer work with Motorola.
And that would be more, I mean, I
That'll
guess
that'll be more beneficial for the city of Santa Fe, yes.
okay. I guess I'm wondering if they have kind of a monopoly on this, or there's other providers. I know it would go to the state, but I'm just curious what your thoughts are about that.
There is other providers. We're really just not looking at the vendor, we're looking at the state system. And I see a majority of other cities moving to the state system.
Okay. So you think Motorola handles it well from the state system perspective?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I feel like we're a smaller customer, so we weren't heard like the state would be. We're looking at the state to be our big brother in dealing with Motorola.
Okay, thank you. And then just curious if you all had thought about, in terms of the funding requirements now, the fiscal implications, could any of this be covered by legislative appropriations?
No, we haven't looked at that yet. No, we have not.
Okay. I'm curious about that. Maybe somebody could get back to me about that. Given that, well, it's coming from a state structure and there's emergency and safety implications. So yeah, I'd be curious to see if there's legislative appropriation funds that we could actually request for future needs. So if you could let me know, or
yes,
somebody could let me know if that's a possibility.
and we're at the initiation phase of this project and moving over to the state system. So there's still a lot of information we need to gather. Like I said, costs, we still need to identify the costs that this is going to cost us. We're still working on the cost.
Yep. Yep, it's a big cost, and it was a big cost when we did the first change. So now we're doing another change and going back to what sounds like what we had initially, a system structure. I mean, the structure was similar before we changed it over a few years ago.
Yeah, and we're not really looking at cost. Our number one priority is public safety. The safety of the citizens of Santa Fe, the safety of our first responders. That's our number one priority. And we believe this is the best tool to provide safety for our first responders and the city of Santa Fe.
Right. And I guess I'm just saying that big cost, we did it because we knew, or we thought that it was going to be better, and it wasn't. But I think, yeah, it's hard to figure out how to troubleshoot these issues that came up. So I appreciate that you laid it out for us, and all the different aspects and the challenges that our team and the cities face. So I just wanted to see if there was other ways to fund this instead of using our general fund. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This issue came up extensively through the Public Safety Committee, and we had a expert subject matter, and one of our members, Mr. Tapke, who brought up several issues that he had anticipated, and some of them we're seeing now at the fact. I don't know if this question is for you, Mr. Gonzalez, but did we have problems prior to the upgrade? And I'm talking about dead zones.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I'm not familiar with the old system. I wasn't involved with the old system. I wasn't involved with the implementation of this system. I took over ITT in late September. I didn't get involved with this project until February after go live. I could defer that question to our net ops manager, Larry Worstel.
Let me ask Chief Babcock if we had any problems prior to the change.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the problems that we are having now were the same problems that we had during the upgrade, were the dead zones. The relocating from Los Montoyas to Los Montoyas created a greater out of range coverage that we never experienced before. So yes, we had some dead zones with the original plan, and now the out of range coverage during storms has increased by this new system in place.
Wasn't one of the recommendations from public safety to leave it at Buckman? Do you recall that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that is correct. Public Safety Committee recommended that we did not go to Los Montoyas, and we stayed at the Buckman prime site location.
All right, and also, go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, the design of the current system that we are discussing was designed for the prime site at the Buckman location.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, and I don't know why that this decision came about, but I believe it was due to the Buckman Tower is privately owned. The Los Montoyas Tower is city owned. The Los Montoyas Tower is at a higher elevation than the Buckman Tower. So it was believed that we'll get a better coverage at a higher elevation. Can Jackie, can you bring up the slide with the current coverage map, please? So right here, you could see the prime site, which is the Buckman Tower. The Los Montoyas Tower is 2.5 miles north of that. It is at a higher elevation. We feel that that signal is coming across Santa Fe, and it's going over those lower areas, the Arroyo areas of Lower Alameda, Lower Arafria, Lower Siringo. It's just skipping right across.
Now, I get that. You had talked about additional prime sites, and you talked about the Baton building and one other. And I thought that we had issues securing those. You're saying that those have been secured as additional prime sites?
Can you bring the state coverage map? Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the Baton building is a state-owned tower. The Tesuque Tower is a state-owned tower. So we would be moving to the state system and would be on those two towers. With this
So
move,
we weren't able to secure them as prime sites with our current system.
no.
All right. Is there a reason?
We were hoping to secure a backup site at DPS to provide redundancy and to provide coverage on the south side of Santa Fe. We are no longer able to do that. Moving to the state system, we could stand up a tower at DPS. So that'll give us 3 towers here at the city of Santa Fe. DPS, Baton Building, and Tesuque Peak.
All right. So there's always pros and cons to everything. What are the cons of moving to DPS?
We haven't. Could you bring up the risk of moving to a state system, Audrey, please? Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, here are the risks we identified. On the RACC support and approval, I have met with Santa Fe County. I did meet with the new RACC director, Buster Brown, Santa Fe County Public Safety Director, Pablo Cedillo, Santa Fe County Fire Chief, Lindsay, and Santa Fe Sheriff Department. As of last week, they were supporting this move.
All right, so what does this mean with how we operate now with the RACC? Are there any changes that will happen with the current operations?
There'll be no changes between the way we operate with RACC. Our dispatchers at the RACC might see a small change in user experience. We are willing to take on that cost of training those dispatchers and training them on that change of user experience with them. But what we're looking at, it'll be a minor change, and we will have to reconfigure their consoles.
All right, Chief Babcock, moving to DPS, a good thing for the city and for your department?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, as long as we are provided with the coverage maps that the state is stating that we would improve on, as Director Gonzalez stated, the end user, our first responders, as long as we are able to improve the out of range coverage and in-building penetration as well as on-street coverage, it would be beneficial to both fire and police. That is all dependent if what is being projected as radio coverage, that is being delivered.
So did you have a trial period with the state radio system as well, or was it just police?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the city fire also did a trial basis. We did get some state radios, and firefighters went to different locations throughout the responding area, and we were able to communicate with utilizing the state system. Additional information about your question about the baton building not being able to secure the baton or DPS. The state system runs on a 700 megahertz system. The current radio system is an 800 megahertz system. So our radios are capable, both PD and fire are capable to go from 800 to 700. And that's how we were able to utilize the baton building as well as the Suka Peak towers as well as DPS.
Okay, thank you for that. Chief Joy, same question for you. Is this going to benefit your department and the city from your perspective, and how did your trial period go with the state radios?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I came late to the game on this project in my capacity, but from speaking with Lieutenant Webb, who's been involved in this from the beginning for the PD side, and from speaking with Director Gonzalez, we fully support this transition. I do believe that this will be beneficial for us. And from speaking with Lieutenant Webb during the testing phase of this other system, it was significantly more beneficial to us than the current system that we're trying to operate under.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, are we going to have a long-term agreement with the state? I assume we are, but what you tend to see happen is the agencies become in control of your radio system, and then as time goes, the cost of doing business increases significantly, and there's nothing you can do about it because they hold your radio system. So are we going to enter into a long-term agreement with them to keep prices as low as possible?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yeah, that's what we're looking at. Any agreement with the state will come before governing body for approval.
All right, and now this is just information. I know we're just getting started on the process, but want to have some of these things looked at as we go through the process. So that's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you, both chiefs and everyone that's been working on this.
Thank you, Councilor. Thanks for going into the questions. Director Gonzalez, I had one question. You briefly mentioned that other cities are moving to the state system, or other jurisdictions are. Do you have any intelligence or information about who else may be migrating to the state system, and whether this is something that other jurisdictions are coming to on their own for reasons, whether it's coverage or access to state resources? What what's the bigger picture here, if you can fill it in for me?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to defer that question to Vince Bradley, who's from DeWitt, on any future cities moving to the state system.
Thank you.
Christine, I believe he's an attendee. If you could just unmute him, because I think there's some issues with Zoom. This is Joe.
Thanks, Joe. I did allow him to speak, so hopefully he can get that figured out.
So Mr. Mayor, I did list who is on the state system right now: Albuquerque PD, Rio Rancho PD, Albuquerque Fire, Sandoval County, Bernalillo County, and I believe there's several other.
Mr. Gonzalez, am I unmuted? This is Vince Bradley.
You are
Yes, sir.
unmuted, and we're hearing you loud and clear. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, thank you very much for letting the state of New Mexico join this panel. As the answer to the mayor's question, yes, we have a lot of people coming over onto our system. And the main reason they're coming over is because of interoperability between all first and second responders throughout the state of New Mexico. We just joined Torrance County as a letter of intent. We just completed Bernalillo County and the Metro Albuquerque area for PD, fire, and all of the schools as well. Sandoval County is being built as we speak, and that includes Rio Rancho. We do have Los Lunas that has just come on and is going live the first of the year. Belen is also coming on board as well. We also have a pilot program in Las Cruces for their metro area and county officials as well. Eddy County has signed a letter of intent, and they will be coming on here in the near future. And we are in discussion with many, many more counties and municipalities around the state to come over onto the state system as well.
And I appreciate that. Thank you for the answer. I think you were listening to some of the previous questions raised by counselors. If you could just briefly give us a sense of what you think the benefits are to all of these users in coming over, if there are any risks that you've identified, and is there do you anticipate a local government users group that we could all participate in so that there's input and it's a collaborative relationship? I think all of that would give everybody a sense that we're cooperating and collaborating in everybody's best interest, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, Mayor and councilors. At this point, we do or are planning on a users group throughout the state of New Mexico. So all of our customers, and we treat our customers very, very good. We cherish our partnerships with our municipalities and our federal partners as well. So yes, we are going to have a forum that once a month or quarterly, you might say, depending on all of our participants, and you will have an exact say on how the state builds out and any concerns, problems, and funding that might be available. Now this year, we are looking for 23 million, and that is 23 million for the state to build out our DTRS system, digital trunk radio system, from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 26. We are planning on blanketing the state with our interoperable communications by the year of 26 as 86% coverage. Now, as everyone knows, the topology of New Mexico is very, very hard. So we probably will never reach 100%, but we're going to give it our darndest. Also, it is beneficial for our customers to come on board at the foundation of our system, because they're going to have more of a say in how our funding and build out and coverage is done in the near future. So I'm hoping I answered most of your questions, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very informative. And I'm glad, by the way, if I didn't say so, thank you for being here tonight. It's very, very good of you to spend some time with us on this issue. It's very important.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Mayor.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor and City Council, the biggest benefit I have identified with moving to the state system is redundancy. When I found out that we didn't have any redundancy with our public safety radio system, I've lost a ton of sleep since then. I couldn't believe we had no backup. Like I said, if anything happens to that tower, we lose all communication. So that's the biggest benefit, is having redundancy, having 3 towers within the city, having towers throughout the state that we could jump on. The next benefit is having redundancy with our dispatch center. We have a backup for the RECC. If anything ever happens, RECC, we can immediately move to the state police dispatch. And then the second benefit is the interoperability with other agencies. We can now communicate with Rio Rancho, Sandoval County, Bernalillo County. We could set up chat groups with our Santa Fe SWAT team, with another SWAT team from Albuquerque or Rio Rancho. We could set up chat groups with the FBI if we needed to. So those are the 2 major benefits that I identified in moving to the state system. In order to us to get redundancy, we'll have to stand up our own tower. We'd have to find a tower on the south side or build a tower. And I don't see that us be able to do that within 6 to 8 months.
great. Thank you for the additional information. Other questions from members of the governing body for any of the participants on this panel? If not, thank you for the briefing. Please keep us posted going forward. And again, Mr. Bradley, thank you for joining us. It's very generous of you to spend some of your time with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if that completes the presentation 9A, could you take us to the first item taken off of consent, please?
Yes, Mayor. The first item taken off consent was item K. This was,
I think G was taken off first. J, I'm sorry, J.
oh, you are correct. I apologize. It is item J by Councilor Garcia.
Correct.
Item J is a request for approval of an agreement between the City of Santa Fe and the Santa Fe Community Foundation, establishing a Giving Circle Fund and Chart Fund to receive funds and contributions from private and charitable community foundations designated for culture, history, art, reconciliation, and truth, chart to support related projects, initiatives held at the Santa Fe Community Foundation. Pauline Kamayama, our Arts and Culture Department Director, is available for this item.
Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Kamayama. Just got a quick question for you. I know we chatted about this on Wednesday, but I don't recall having this question asked or answered. So we know there's this proposed fund to be at the Santa Fe Community Foundation. Who is able to authorize the funds being expended? Is it at the governing body's discretion? Who is the ultimate approver of the resources being expended?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, great question. Per the agreement, there are 2 advisory members, and that would be both the department heads for Arts and Culture Department and also community engagement. So that's Christine Mihelsick and myself. And we could also, go to governing body for approval if needed, but we are the ones listed by resolution as a 2 lead departments.
Councilor
Okay.
Garcia, can I interrupt for 1 sec? I'm sorry.
Sure,
I'd just been advised by our city attorney that it would be best if we had a motion on the floor and then you can have the floor to ask questions, if that's okay with you.
Perfectly fine. Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and we have a second. And Councilor Garcia, you have the floor to proceed with your questions.
And so I guess, Director Kamayama, because I do ultimately think that the governing body is guiding the chart process, that we as the governing body should be the final deciders when we approve anything related to chart. And so I appreciate your willingness to send when funds are proposed to be expended for governing body approval. So I don't know if I need to amend my motion or what needs to be done to put forward that request. I guess that's a question for the city attorney.
However, Councilor Garcia, it sounds like you're seeking to amend the contract. I'd have to pull up the contract to see how we need to amend it, because currently it does delegate that authority.
Okay.
You could motion to amend the main motion.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion to amend the main motion to have, I guess, how can I get some guidance with how we want to word this? Because I think folks understand the objective and I want to make sure I make the motion correct.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Merriworth.
I do have an idea.
Okay. You have the floor.
I wonder, Counselor, if it would be acceptable to have the governing body approve funding recommendations that are recommended by those two principles identified already in the contract. So they would recommend a particular thing and then we would give our approval to it.
Thank you, Councilor Romero-Worth. I like that language, so I'll move forward with that amendment as stated by Councilor Romero-Worth.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, and I just would like to make sure that that's with the staff, with the city attorney, that that's an acceptable way to do this.
Does that's, I don't know who should speak first, but it sounds like it's both a legal question and an operations question for Director Kamiyama.
However, Councilor Director Kamiyama, what page is that on so I can look at the language that's there right now? I'm scrolling through the agreement.
That is on page 3 of 9. And it's under Giving Circle Committee of Advisors. So it just names myself and City Clerk Mihilsik. And also on page 2 under Giving Circle Fund, it has a description. Advisory Board. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'm guessing that term, the advisory, is used maybe in multiple places in the contract. So I think maybe, and this is absolutely a difficult way to work on contracts. So the other party will have to agree to whatever we put in the contract. So we won't know for sure if we finalize this until we go back to them, if this motion passes. But what you could do is a motion, the motion could be to approve the contract consistent with that intent, but it might require multiple pages with tweaks depending on where all the advisors are mentioned in the contract. It mentions them and it names them, but then we have to look at what authorities are given to them throughout the contract and amend it consistent with your desire. So we can certainly do that. We won't know what it looks like right at this moment because I would need to read through the whole thing in order to make the amendment appropriate for the recommendation.
Any further guidance on the proposed amendment from either Director Kamiyama or the City Attorney's Office about getting these proposed allocations to come back through the governing body? So the next move, I assume, would be to vote on the motion to amend. Is that correct? If there is no further discussion on that motion to amend, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abetha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
So we have an amendment, we have an amendment to the main motion, which is to add this new stipulation. Is there other discussion about Counselor Garcia, you have some further items you want to address?
No further items. I just want to thank Director Kamiyama for taking the lead on this, and thanking Private Philanthropy for getting involved in this. As I think we've all said before, the chart process is bigger than just the city government. It's going to take us as a whole community to get through this process. So thank everybody involved in this. With that, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else want to address the motion as amended? If no other hands are up, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abetha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item that was taken off of consent, please?
Yes. Item K is consideration of a resolution updating the terms of resolution number 2021-17 to extend the Community Health and Safety Task Force term through the end of calendar year 2022. I believe Director Ochoa is available for this item.
And I believe if my instructions from the last item still pertain, we need a motion and then we'll discuss the matter.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve it and a second from Councilwoman Villarreal, and Councilor O'Meara Worth, you were the individual who asked that this be taken off of consent, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have two amendments that I'd like. I'll move the first one, which is pulling it up. The amendment would make two changes on page 3, line 2, strike periodic and insert in lieu thereof quarterly status. The second piece of this amendment would be on page 4, lines 5 and 6, strike the Open Meetings Act or. And I would move for approval.
So are you moving, I'm sorry, I apologize, one at a time, both at the same time?
I have two amendments. This amendment has two items in it.
Okay. So
I would like to move for approval of this amendment with its two items.
gotcha. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a second. Is there discussion? If there's no discussion, can the clerk call the roll on the first of Councilor O'Meara Worth's two amendments?
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abetha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, and Councilor O'Meara Worth, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move my second amendment, which is on page 4, line 17. After the period, insert the following new sentences. Focus groups may be held without following the Open Meetings Act. The focus groups will enable selected task force members to engage with members of the community in a space that feels safe and where selected task force members and community members can be transparent and open about their experiences, expertise, and observations. I move approval on this amendment.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for this amendment. Is there discussion about this second of the two amendments? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this amendment?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vito Coppler,
Yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
So we now have a main motion as amended. Is there other discussion of the main motion as amended? If I don't see any hands, if not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the main motion as amended?
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vito Coppler,
yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Madam Clerk, the next item that was taken off of consent.
I have the next item is item N. It's a resolution establishing certain criteria for selection of a purchaser of the Las Estrellas property, including a local preference and other minimum criteria. Terry Lease, our asset development manager, is available for this item, as well as I believe Attorney Salazar.
Okay, and I know Counselor Lindell, you're the one who asked that it be taken off of consent, but I think in keeping with what our processes, if we could get a motion on the floor and then we can turn the floor over to you for discussion.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion to deny on this resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion on the floor and Counselor Lindell has asked that it be taken off of consent, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. We talked this over quite a bit in finance, and to try to summarize that, I don't think anybody has any objection conceptually to this, but I think the way that this is presented now, it needs a fair amount of clarification on numerous levels. I know that at one point in time, Sean Moody was working on some kind of a formula of how to make this work. I don't think that that ever came forward. I just see that implementing this as it's presented doesn't really work. I think it needs more detail to it. Even so far as, defining what's local, how does the purchaser, say the purchaser, I don't know if they're local and then they're obligated for a local builder with a local workforce. I just don't think that this is quite there. Like I said, conceptually, not a problem, but implementing this the way that this is presented now, I don't really think that it's doable. So maybe someone wants to take this up and continue to work on it, but I can't support this the way it's presented. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
thank you. I wanted to reiterate, as I did in quality of life, that we did have Sean Moody's whole presentation on this and how we could continue involving the city in the process to ensure that this whole project, which could take years, where it could remain under the city's purview, to make sure every step of the way that local builders continued throughout, because that seemed to be a concern, both in finance and in quality of life, which it did pass. But it was frowned upon, I believe, and I think I certainly understand why, in the discussion coming from the city attorney's office. And that is that if we were to have followed the whole protocol of Sean Moody's very elaborate process, the city would stay involved in this land sale in perpetuity. It'll take years and years and years to get that project built out. There's a lot of loans involved, construction loans. First, there's the loan to buy the property, then construction loans, and you have to make money as a builder to proceed to the next level of development, and then so on it goes until it's all done. And I totally agreed. I didn't think the city wanted to stay involved in this. It's sort of, let's sell it and then let's move on into other productive things. And of course, the city could start spending the money it makes from the sale of the land. So we pared this down to giving local builders a preference. And I have been working with local builders for a very long time on this. And they have acquiesced. We have taken things out of this resolution that they had wanted to see. Now it's down to, it's pretty much bare minimum. Basically, all it does is allow them to come to the table to be able to compete for the purpose of purchasing this property, and compete only in getting some local preference points to help them along the way. In fact, some of the discussion with the builders was, there isn't one builder that necessarily could write a $4 million check and then begin to have to pay that back right away. So then they'd have to get construction loans. That would be another loan. I mean, that's a lot of money up front. So they talked about maybe corralling their resources and going in together, maybe some small builders going in together, purchasing the land, and then moving forward, parcel by parcel. And the biggest thing, and one of the biggest concerns, and by the Santa Fe home, or not concerns, but things they wanted to accomplish by this, was to keep the monies from this land sale in perpetuity, contributing to the city's economic base. It is a multiplier effect. When you use local people, local builders, local everything, the money stays in Santa Fe, pretty much. And so that was really what they wanted. And this is a very simplistic resolution. It does what we do in other RFPs. It gives local preference, and it's simply put. And I think it's a good faith effort in our builders. It's a good faith effort in our economy. The Economic Development Committee has deliberated on this twice and is very supportive of it. And now we're going back in the circle saying, let's do something like Sean Moody, or at least that's what I think Councilor Lindell is suggesting. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with that in the beginning, but it doesn't, as far as I know, accomplish the goal that at least was purveyed to me by the city attorney. And that was, we don't want to stay in this land business forever. We don't want to become the master of making sure this continues on and accomplishes, tightening up all these knots and sealing the bow tie. All it does is give builders an opportunity to compete at the onset. It doesn't mean they're going to get the project. If we do nothing, nothing will change. There's no guarantee that any of this money won't go out of state. There's pretty much no fence posts with barbed wire around them or anything. But for sure, what it does is it doesn't give our home builders an opportunity to compete. And that's all this was about. So I am against the motion. I think, we just celebrated Small Business Saturday. We have many, many, many small builders in Santa Fe. They are businesses too. And in the spirit of Small Business Santa Fe, keep it local, I don't know why we wouldn't want to treat our builders the same way. We don't have rich builders in our city, not really, not many, if any. And I think this is just one of the most wonderful gestures this governing body could do. Say, hey, we want to keep our money local. We'd love to give you a shot at competing. If you don't get more than the preference points and you don't get the deal, at least we gave you an honest shot. So that's where this resolution is. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I think Counselor Garcia's hand is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I don't know who the question is directed to, maybe the city attorney. No, it's staff. Well, maybe Ms. Salazar. So I want to play a hypothetical here, just so I could fully understand in regards to how I would either support or not support this. Should this be denied, when is this property scheduled to be up for sale? I guess my question is, are we afforded time as a governing body to go back to the drafting board and include a local preference in the sale, potential sale?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, so with regard to Las Estrellas in particular, we started this process with posting it as for sale, I think back in April. We halted the process to do potentially a local preference resolution to move forward with local preference. So if this resolution is not adopted, then because it was already prompted as for sale, exempting it from the prior resolution of public notice, it can be listed for sale if there are no other resolutions on board. So it's queued up for sale. We have a website ready for it to go. It's December, and so, if there was a new resolution that was drafted, it would have to go through the process of drafting and moving that forward. So that would be the only thing that would pause this sale from moving forward.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because I think there is definitely an appetite for including local preference in the sale. So, I mean, I'm willing to commit and encourage all governing body members. I know we can only potentially have 3 others, but I think it's prudent of us to have some type of local preference as we move forward with this sale. So I'm glad to hear that if I start working with you tomorrow on a new resolution for local preference, then it's not going to be put up for sale on Friday, so to speak, because I think, again, it's in the appetite is here. I think many of us have said we need to do that. So I am disappointed in the sense that we are now, if we're going to go back to the drawing board, we are going to take more of ownership in this, which goes against the guidance that staff gave earlier. Whereas if we move forward with this resolution, it provides the local preference we all want. It provides the opportunity for that economic activity to stay here within the city of Santa Fe and surrounding communities. I know that there was concern that we won't be able to enforce it, but I think that's ultimately signaling to any of our local potential appliers that we don't trust them. And I think that's not the signal we should be sending. We should be sending the signal that we wholeheartedly trust anybody that's going to apply, and they're going to follow through with the actions that they're stating in their application. But I do want to publicly state that, Ms. Salazar, should this be approved, this motion, that I will be calling you at 8 a.m. tomorrow to begin drafting a new resolution on this, because it is critical that we include local preference on the sale of this property. With that, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I see two other hands up. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor, and then Counselor Mayorworth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At the Quality of Life meeting, we had discussed that there's other cities that have included a local preference, and I had asked for examples of how they had made that work. And I was wondering if anybody had been able to find a local preference that had been utilized for the sale of land in another city, and understood how they were able to address some of the challenges that we had, that we're grappling with right now.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I address that question?
If you have an answer, absolutely.
Well, the cities who have done local preference, their intent was not to tie it down. Their intent was primarily to do what we're doing, to give the builders in their communities an opportunity to apply to purchase property. It went no further than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I don't know if anyone else followed up on the conversation from the committee meeting to come up with other specific examples of how anything had been structured elsewhere. If not, the answer is no, but if there is no answer, we can, Counselor Cassett, I guess, doesn't look like anybody found other examples.
Okay. And then I guess my other question would be, did it work? So in the other cities that had done a local preference like this, what did the end result look like? Do we have information on that? No. Okay.
I see heads shaking for the people listening on the radio. Most heads are the staff heads are shaking. No, they don't have any update on that.
Okay. And then I think the other one that I've, we somewhat covered in Quality of Life is this question of local. And we've talked a lot about groups coming together to purchase this property. We know it's a big financial commitment. I think it's something, not only do you need the money to purchase the property, but it's what, a $50 million investment, I believe was the number being thrown around. Andrea, am I correct?
Mayor, Councilor Cassett, 50 million to build out, is that the question?
Yes, thank you.
I think it probably ranges. It depends on what construction looks like. Right now, inflation is high, construction costs are high. So, building out that many homes could be in excess of 50 million. I can't give you an exact number, but it probably is 50 million plus.
Okay, thank you. And so if we had a group of people come together, I know that for each category, I believe it's 2.5% bump. And say we had a group of 4 people who are coming together. If one of them is local, 3 out of state, does that count as local?
Who are you asking, Counselor?
I'm not sure who would be able to answer that question. Maybe it's Andrea. Would that be a question for you, or Terry, perhaps?
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Cassett, a lot of these things that we're talking about here, the detail that everyone is looking for, how to define local. We talked about that, and all of those would have to be defined in the invitation to bid document that will be sent out, because it'll take some detail. It will take some research. We were looking today on how the tax and revenue defines a resident, and we would have to do the same. We'll have to get into that and actually draft a document defining what is a resident, defining what is a local builder, et cetera. So a lot of those details will come in the invitation to bid document.
Okay.
I think Ms. Salazar has her hand up as well, Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett. So in the resolution itself, right now, we have local preference defined as an offerer, lender, or purchaser they must hold a City of Santa Fe County business license and a proof of paying taxes as City of Santa Fe or county business, Santa Fe County business. So we don't have the actual time frame, but that is what we have as a definition. This could be amended. It could be more, it could be less. As Terry discussed earlier, we did look at what is required under the procurement code, which this is not applicable to, but we used it as something to reference. And that's a resident business certificate that has a lengthier process than what is defined in here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think these are some of the details that I actually would want prior to passing this. I understand that there is we'd work this out. But I think that having those details are really important consideration. So to echo what Councilor Lindell had stated is that I think that there is some real potential here, and we're just not quite there yet in figuring out a lot of these. We're blazing new trail here. It's looking at new ground, different way of doing things. But I think that we need to think about this a little bit more and figure out some of those details before moving forward. So I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Merriworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little concerned. This idea has been kicking around for a while now, and it seems like if we had the answers, we would have the answers. And so it worries me a little bit that we're going to hold up the sale of this property longer. And so I just want to say that. And I do remain concerned. I don't want the city to be the master developer. I don't want to be staying in this longer than we have to. We have other properties, other things we need to be spending our energy on. And, Sean Moody did look at this. I think I met with him a couple of times. We are struggling with this idea of what's a local business, and are we really going to be giving the benefit to the local business, or are they just a front to maybe a larger group that is national and has better and bigger resources? And is that really what we want to be doing with our general fund dollars? I guess I remain concerned, and I asked this the quality of life. I remain concerned that when we give a local preference, it's usually to stimulate development. And usually I thought in times when maybe you don't have the level of development you want in your community. And I don't think that's the situation that we're finding ourselves in. So I struggle with this. Obviously we want to support local builders, local banks, local lenders, but I just don't know if truly that's who we're going to be supporting with this measure. And I guess I remain concerned about this 50 million, that even if you qualify as, say, a local builder, the resources you need may demand that you go more national, more regional, whatever you have to do to have access to that kind of money. And so I don't know, again, I struggle with this, and I feel like, we've been looking at this for a long time. If our staff and if we had the answers, they'd be in front of us now. So while I support the intention, it's just really hard to do this in a way that makes sure that you get that you're giving the money to local people to stimulate local business. So I don't know. I still struggle with this. And I guess that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to reiterate that this doesn't guarantee that local builders will will even apply. It doesn't guarantee that they will even be selected if they apply. This is at the beginning of the gate. It's just an impetus to provide them with the idea that they can compete. And maybe they don't want to compete. Maybe it is too big for them. Maybe the 50 million is more than they can undertake. But I will submit to you that not all builders we have working and developing in Santa Fe are local. By far. So, and one reason for that is that, you know, they weren't selected. They didn't purchase the properties initially. So, but we, you know, when we were going through this deliberation on this, one of the things we heard day in and day out, we cannot micromanage the RFP system. That's what we have our staff for. They're accustomed to this. They determine to the best they can criteria that will meet the intent of the resolution, but that doesn't mean that they must select a local builder even if one applies. They might get some preference points, but they might not compete well in other areas. And there's other criteria that I'm sure will be developed that has nothing to do with this resolution, which is standard criteria in things that we do as a city to deliberate and provide a fair letters of interest or RFP process or whatever the procedure is that is being used in how we do business with the city. This is merely an opportunity to allow local builders to compete. No guarantee, nothing of the sort. But I will say we do have lenders in our community who are well-funded and well able to loan money. There are numerous lenders. And so that's not really, I think, where the problem lies. The problem lies for these builders is that any one builder cannot compete. And I think Councilor Romero Worth, you hit it on the nail. There are some major builders around the nation. Some builders have built in our city, and that's welcomed, and that's nice that we have things that we've been able to offer our constituents, places to live, businesses to be housed in, and all that. All this is doing is give builders a chance. It's kind of like that John Lennon song, "Give Peace a Chance." I mean, I don't know how to simplify this. To me, this is not rocket science. This is not any different than, well, it is a little different, but it's kind of consistent with how we give preference to veterans on our job applications. Doesn't mean they're going to get the job, but it gives them a little bit of a leg up. That's all we're doing for our local builders. And I think, you know, if we're sincere about small business Saturday, small business Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, this is in the same spirit of that wonderful idea. And that's really what this is. And again, you know, and I've got my marching orders, and I agree we should not micromanage the RFP process and give it a chance to work. I mean, there's nothing to lose. There really isn't, except our economy walking out the door because we didn't give local builders a chance. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I think Councillor Cassett raised a question or a concern that I share, which is if I understood correctly, the definition of local at the moment is you have a license from the city to do business and you've paid some form of tax to the city. That's the extent of the definition. So if I could be an Albuquerque based or a Houston based or a Denver based organization with a office in Santa Fe, with a business license, paying some tax, and I'm local. I could be, as Councillor Vihil-Coppler said, we have lots of lenders or financial institutions that are very rooted in our community, but have corporate ownership, if you will, from outside Santa Fe. I assume they're still local because they have a license to do business in the city and they are paying some kind of a tax. And with that kind of broad-based definition of what constitutes being local, a local lender is anybody with a business license and paying tax. A local title insurance company, the same. A builder has a business license and pays a tax, but could be a wholly owned subsidiary of a national builder. And so they get preference. If we really want to provide, and I think that's why this has been such an ongoing struggle to come up with an operational definition, because in fact, it's not like veterans. A veteran, it's pretty easy to determine whether somebody was a veteran, and if so, they get a veteran's preference. But a local lender could be owned by a national lender in another city, but this is their local operating arm, and presumably they're local. Same could apply to a any of the chain of mentioned, the chain of development in the resolution, a title insurance company, a local builder, all the way up and down the chain. It's such a hard thing to nail down when we say local, how one would determine what constitutes local or what doesn't constitute local. And then the other side of the coin, according to the city attorney's office in committee hearings, is we have to be very careful not to create a privileged class that doesn't really hold up in a court of law. And I see Ms. Salazar shaking her head yes on that's the other. We have, on the one hand, we're very broad, and on the other hand, if we get too narrow, Ms. Salazar, as I understand it, we run the risk of a legal challenge that we've created a court challenge on a privileged class that we shouldn't have created. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit from the point of view of what we know about the law? You are muted, however. There you go.
Yes, Mayor Weber, I'll also let City Attorney jump in. But I think, in the past, we have had procurement cases. The only procurement case, I think, in the state that went up about local preference, where the selection process really made sure that a local company was selected. We cannot do that. We cannot narrow it down so that only a local company will become the winner or the successful bidder. We cannot create criteria that narrows it down, because that would, one, undermine potentially the Commerce Clause, federal constitution, but also undermine rules, that we're being selective and not allowing people to bid when we are having a bidding process.
Thank you. So I think Councillor Vigil-Koppler and Councillor Garcia are right. I think we're all mindful of leakage out of our own economy and the desire to keep money and jobs and opportunity in our economy as much as possible. And we've done that in the past when we've used our bonding capacity. We've stipulated a certain percentage of local labor and other procurement requirements. When it comes to this resolution, I find it very hard to figure out how we would actually implement it in a way that would be meaningful for whatever qualifies as local, if it's as broad as a business license with the city and some form of a tax payment, because I think that can easily cover virtually anybody who wants to participate in this project. We don't actually know that it's narrowing the field appropriately, but not so narrowing the field that we run afoul of this other legal obstacle. So it's kind of my concern about the implementation of the intent, not the intent, but the ability to implement it in a meaningful way. Councillor Vigil-Koppler, I know you want to have a chance to respond, so you have the floor.
Thank you. Prior to Ms. Salazar expressing her points, I was going to indicate some similar sentiments that she raised but I want the council to know that we did have some of those in this resolution and on the advice of the city attorney's office for the same reasons mentioned by Ms. Salazar, because we did want to narrow it down and try to implement it more, just tighten it up, but we can't. And so I don't know that any future work on this is going to give anything different. But again, you know, the Sean Moody style, which was very elaborate, keeps the city involved. And to tighten up local and really get at the detail on that gives consequences we probably don't want to test. So again, I'm going to say this is not meant to be a slam dunk for local builders. All it's saying is let's just give them a little bit of competition, a little bit of not competition, a little bit of preference so that they can get their foot in the door and compete. Doesn't mean they're going to get it. Doesn't mean anything like that. But I think it's a good faith gesture. And I think that maybe this is just the little bump and impetus that they need. And if they are successful, then we get to reap some of the benefits in our city for a long time to come. The economic benefit of people living here, doing business here, and it perpetuates with every home sold. And it just, you know, and the sooner the better, because things aren't getting cheaper. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mayorworth, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just one other thought. I mean, I think the problem is what you're saying, Counselor, is, you know, I don't have a problem with. Where I have a problem is that we may be giving an advantage to somebody who's not truly local, and who doesn't need our help and shouldn't have it. And so we might be giving that bump to somebody we don't really intend to have the benefit. And I think that's the part that I struggle with. And so that's the tricky part. Thank you.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
Well, this is not new to any RFP process that we use, not at all. But we can't control for that. And it doesn't mean that they're going to get it, and it doesn't mean that they're not. But what it does mean, if we don't do something like this and have this faith in our builders, a good faith effort, the offset to that is what probably you can more than guarantee that they're not going to have the business. They're not going to get the business because they can't compete. And I've met with the builders many times. You know, they can't. And I have to say that in meeting with the builders, they're interested in keeping the business local. They're interested in getting the business. I don't think they're going to have a storefront external conglomerate come in and you know, a ghost thing going on. They want the business. And if they can't compete and if they can, great, and they don't get it, at least they tried, and at least they felt like we had a good faith effort to help them. And if nothing happens, then, you know, having talked to many of them, there's not a whole lot of builders that can write a $4,500,000 check. Now, this has gone up since then, and it probably will go up again because the appraisal has to be done. So I think we ought to just put the faith in our RFP committee, or whatever we're going to call this, RFEI, and this is not new to them. They've probably done this a few times and have some ideas about how to put this together. But I think that it's time we support our businesses, our small businesses, and our businesses in general, which are builders. So that's it. Thank you. I keep saying that's it, but I guess that's always the case.
No, thank you. Others who wish to be heard on this matter? We have a motion from Councilor Lindell. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
Yes, the motion made by Counselor Lindell was to deny the resolution.
So in this instance, a yes vote would be to not adopt the resolution.
Mayor. If there are no further clarifications, I'll go ahead and call roll.
Any other questions before the clerk calls the roll? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Perfect. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
No,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
No,
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion was denied, was approved. Motion was approved to deny the resolution. Sorry.
Motion. Thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is item R. It's request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, a BAR, in the Human Resources Department in the amount of $2.7 million to fund the retention and hiring incentives. Jarella Penhill, our city manager, Mary McCoy, our finance director, and Bernadette Salazar, our HR director, are available for this item.
Can we get a motion and then I'll turn it over to Counselor Vihil Coppler, who pulled the item off consent.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve the item and there's a second. And Counselor Vihil Coppler, you asked that this be taken off of consent. You have the floor.
thank you. I want to understand how this is going to work. I did look for the memo and it seems to be more related to things that don't tell me how the implementation of these retention and I don't know what they're called, recruitment, how these are going to work. And first off, I noticed that we have several of these and I'm guessing that some have to do with budget adjustments in the general fund and then some have to do with budget adjustments in retention, in enterprise funds. So is that why they're all separated out like that? And in implementation, will they be implemented all in the same way?
Madam Clerk, I think Director McCoy is in the waiting room. If you could admit her, please.
Well, Ms. Salazar's here.
I know, but I think it's a tag team effort, Counselor.
Mayor Weber, yes, I think there were some technical difficulties, but we have Director McCoy now in the room.
So I think Director McCoy, you and Director Salazar both heard the question about implementation and how these two different items would be implemented. I don't know whether Ms. Salazar, you want to go first? It's you two want to get the counselor answers.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler. I'll start with the retention incentive. So what we've done is we drafted some contemplated language to discuss with our 3 bargaining units. And then we developed an agreement that employees who sign this agreement will agree to stay employed with the city for a period of time. And then the next incentive will be paid out in June of 2022, so in 6 months. And we've been in communication with the unions. We have a timeline with payroll to get this implemented, and for the current employees, the hope is that we would get all the agreements back from each employee and it would be implemented at the same time.
Thank you. Will there be any differentiation between types of employees well, maybe I should just ask, who are you recommending not get this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, this would not be extended to temporary employees because their employment would end since they are temporary. And then, of course, elected officials would not be included in this, but everybody else would be included.
Okay, so what about term employees whose terms may end?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, we don't have any term employees that are scheduled to end before June, so they would also be included.
So they won't be penalized if their term ends by chance right after June?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, if for some reason a term employee's funding source goes away and their job would have to end, then that would not be their fault. So we would continue to include them in the incentive.
Okay, and when would this begin? When would the first payout be?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, if this is approved tonight, it would be on or before December 23rd.
Okay, would this apply to exempt employees?
Yes, it would.
And so let's say, would this apply to probationary employees?
Yes, they are also included.
Okay, so back to exempt employees. If an exempt employee gets the first payout and then there are issues, and exempt employees can be separated from city government at any time. Has the question been raised, or do you think there's any issue with creating any kind of property rights to this retention bonus if that exempt employee leaves or is asked to leave?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, we can develop a separate agreement for an at-will employee to make it very clear, but I don't believe that it would entitle any exempt employees to property rights for any type of classified position within the city.
No, but I mean property rights to the second installment of the retention.
I think the city attorney is trying to, Madam City Attorney, are you trying to answer this question?
Yeah, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel Coppler, the contract will make it clear that this is, if someone is let out of their job, then the second payment would not apply. So that's the case for an exempt or a classified employee. But as Director Salazar was saying, we could add a sentence for the exempt employees to reaffirm that if they're dismissed without cause, that they also do not have the right to that second amount.
Well, an exempt employee should never be given. I mean, the word cause should never appear in anything. I mean, I just caution against that. Cause or no cause, that implies property rights in itself, but you probably already know that. Anyway, okay, so those I think were my questions. Now, the other, I guess the last one I forgot was, regardless of, there's no top level at which these will not be paid. For example, anybody over $60,000 would not get this, or there's no limit.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, under this recommendation, there's not a limit.
And so there's also no discussion about what jobs we are experiencing troubled recruitment and troubled retention. It's just you get it if you show up or not.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, it is the same across the board. What we are, I think in some of the other resolutions that have been approved, we are looking at the positions that are difficult to recruit or retain for. And so those are some of the ones that we've asked for budget adjustments to increase salaries for those ones, in addition to the retention incentive. So we are looking at it from different perspectives and on different fronts to make sure that we're addressing those issues of the hard to fill positions if it's due to salaries.
So then is everybody getting the same amount or they're not?
Yes, it's the same amount across the board.
So the lowest paid employee will get the same amount as the highest paid employee.
Yes.
Okay, and then these answers to these questions, are they pretty much the same guidelines you are bringing forth to the unions?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vigil Koppler, some of the questions that I received was what would be the implementation date? What if somebody left? You know, does this affect any kind of ongoing discussions about other articles in the collective bargaining agreement? So those are the types of questions I was asked.
Okay. Are you recommending that the unions implement this similar to all other employees though?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vigil Koppler, that was our recommendation, yes.
Okay. But in reality, according to the agreement, would it be somewhat how we did the other payout in that we're just going to give you the amount of money identified and you do with it what you wish? That could happen?
That could happen, yes. It's
Okay.
one-time money though, so we have to spend it accordingly. So it's not a reoccurring funding. Yeah.
Okay. And what exactly is the name of this? Is it a bonus or what is it? What is it called?
It's a retention incentive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments about the item? I think it's worth taking a minute just to review the not just the what and the how, but the why. And as has been said, we're dealing with a fundamentally different labor market than I think any of us has ever seen, both with the poaching of talent across the board and also the scarcity of job applicants frequently for both public and private sector job opportunities. Everywhere I go around town, all of our private sector firms, our small mom and pop shops, all the way to our largest companies are looking to retain and attract employees. They want to be the employer of choice, and they're looking to not lose people at any level to any other jurisdiction or any other competitor in the job market. We will be having a rapid hiring event, and we will be seeking to add more folks to our city family of employees because we have both the money to do it and also the need to do it. We have a large demand for more services and ramping up of services across the board, and keeping people from leaving and bringing more people into the city's workforce is an imperative for our residents and our existing employees. So the why, I think, is really signally important, as well as the how and the what. We are very fortunate that the strength of our economic recovery is such that we have the resources to do this. It is, as Director Salazar said, it's one-time money. It's not recurring money. We've gotten some money from the state for miscalculation of GRT in the past that we can apply to this. We have our own resources available, and it is both a national issue of employment opportunity and changing labor market dynamics, and very much a local issue so that we can hire and deliver the services, hire the people and deliver the services that folks are looking for from the city, as well as supporting our existing employees so they're not overwhelmed by demand. Any other questions or comments about, yeah, Councilor Garcia, is that a hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some just popped in as you were speaking.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Salazar, quick question, because these current incentives are a one-time stimulus to our team members that work for the city. Are we beginning to think about more sustainable means to support our employees through, let's say, training incentive programs where, I think, let's be frank, everybody's going to like to get this financial incentive, especially during a month like December, when expenses are high for everybody. But I think if we can begin to think holistically how we can support our employees and support them not only financially, but support their growth. And how can we support our fellow team members and say, we not only want you to stay with us here, but we're going to create systems that you are going to be able to elevate and promote yourself to new positions should you want to take those routes. So I guess, are we looking at that? Because I completely and absolutely support this measure, but I also want to think long-term sustainability and what we're thinking in that realm.
Ms. Salazar, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you for that great question. And this is the really exciting stuff for our employees that our team has been working really hard to expand some of these opportunities for our employees to include the tuition assistance and reimbursement that we have for our employees. And thanks to the governing body who not only approved our budget, but increased it for this year. So the employees have that opportunity to go back to school and take classes. We've also introduced some of the New Mexico Edge courses that are really geared towards state and local government employees. And the final outcome would be a national certification. So those in partnership with our finance department, we've started offering those. We've done a lot of work with the community college to offer some more external training, customer service training, supervisory training, leadership training. So we will continue to build upon those opportunities for our employees. We would like to, we do have a scheduled meeting for to meet with New Mexico Highlands and doing some very specific certification programs that will also help our employees get closer to obtaining a degree. And so there's lots of things in the works, but our team is working really hard to continue to offer those opportunities for our employees.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Salazar. And I don't know if this is possible. I mean, because this would cost us financially as well, but to, look at other maybe type of financial incentives, like if somebody here lives locally, if we can give some type of reimbursement. I don't know how that would work. I'm just throwing it out there that we can begin to explore. I know that that's something that always comes up to mind, especially for our police force and our first responders. How can we keep them within the community and not have to travel? But I think we should offer up that type of opportunity to anybody that works for the city. I don't know, just throwing out ideas, and maybe have a set up time to have a conversation with you on the topic later. But kudos to all the employees that will be receiving this incentive. Thank you all for your hard work. It's your work is much appreciated, and these incentives are well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I couple of things. One, I just wanted to thank Ms. Salazar for mentioning the tuition program, because when I was HR director, I started that along with my team. We didn't do it on a reimbursement basis. We paid up front, get a C or better, and then, or they pay it back. But at any rate, what I wanted to mention was it's really important to, along with the training that Councilor Garcia and you, Ms. Salazar, mentioned, I think it's really important to have an ongoing management training, mandatory class for managers along the way and also new managers. Because I don't think we can forget that people who love their jobs don't leave their jobs. They leave because of poor management. And that's a long proven studied fact. And I think it's always incumbent upon an organization to continue to offer management training so that we can get better at guiding programs, evaluating them, developing them, and then of course, managing employees. And so I give you a lot of credit, Ms. Salazar, for doing what you've been doing, but to certainly encourage keeping that idea up, keeping managerial and supervisory training going. And it's, I know we're in a pandemic, but it's always, as you know, more effective for in-person training because you get a lot of discussion from, the group setting. Best wishes in implementing this all around. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with the sentiment that this is not a panacea. This is an important investment. At the same time, Ms. Salazar, I'm mindful of the online university as another opportunity that you've created for people to take classes, take courses, do training in a variety of programs. To Councilor Vihel-Coppler's point about ongoing managerial skill development, that I don't know the correct actual name, but I remember it having something to do with it. Something University, City University, what's the correct name that you've got us subscribed to?
It's Local GovU.
Local GovU, and it's got a very large curriculum, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And when the pandemic hit, we were collaborating with our HR team, and our employee development person stumbled across this and thought it was a great opportunity to continue the ongoing training as the pandemic hit us, so that way employees can stay sharp with their skills in a safe environment. But it's proven to be very efficient and effective, even when we can do in-person training. So that's just a supplemental resource for our training activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments about the item? We have a motion on the floor. Other questions for either Director McCoy, Ms. Salazar? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marwer,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. If you could take us to the next item, please. I believe it's X.
You are correct, Mayor. The next item is item X. It's request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, a bar in the city manager's office of the general government department in the amount of $72,330, including salaries and benefits to fund an existing unfunded chief of staff position. City Manager Jarrell LaPanhill is available for this item.
Move
So
to approve.
there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second, and Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you were the individual on the governing body who asked to pull this. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm gonna make the same comment I did before. The backup material for justifying this position doesn't really have much to do with the need for the position and, description of what would be different from what's going on now. And it doesn't address the fact that we have a full-time mayor, a full-time city manager, and that we don't have an administrative assistant or executive assistant to the city manager as we had before. And in addition to requesting that, I want to ask, what exactly is the annual salary proposed for this position?
Thank you. City Manager LaPanhill, or would you like to address the questions of the why and the what when it comes to the finances?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler. I'll answer the salary question first and then move into the other. The salary is 110 plus benefits. So the budget adjustment that you see in there is for half a year, and that's the full cost. It's the way we budget that includes the salary plus the benefits. So it's the 144 in total. This position has lived a couple of lives. This was approved in the 2019 budget. It was moved from the mayor's office into the city manager's office. A lot of conversation happened in the 2019 budgeting process about the need for the city manager to have support. This was under former city manager Eric Litzenberg. In 2020, I was in the process of hiring this position. We'd gone out to post it. We conducted interviews and the pandemic hit. And so the position was the hiring was put on hold, and then the position was unfunded. It has remained vacant and unfunded for the last 2 years. And so what we are requesting now is that we fund this position. The job description I shared with you all hasn't changed. The position is really intended to support and serve the city manager in their role as managing the whole operation of city government, really driving towards strategic priorities. One of the areas that's come up quite frequently is communication with counselors. It's an area that we need to be able to expand on. And so that's what this position is. Again, we were in the process of hiring for it back in 2020. That got put on pause. And so the intention here is to fund this position so that the new city manager, who will be coming in the new year, would be poised to hire and fill that position. I hope I answered your question.
So under reorganization, we have now less people reporting to the city manager, and communication. So is this communication with council? Does it substitute for regular communication from the mayor, which is where communication should come?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, thank you for the question. No, it's in addition to. I mean, I think one of the things, what a lot of the conversation I've had with members of the governing body is making sure that folks are in the loop, that engagement happens on the front end, that people aren't surprised by things. And you're absolutely right. The reorganization shifted the number of direct reports for the city manager from 17 down to 10. And then if you add in 8 members of the governing body, is still a large span of control. And so this is really meant to be that additional support and ability to help with strategic priorities and communication.
Well, and I'll go back to my previous comment. We have department directors who I believe are very well paid. If they're doing their jobs and doing their jobs well, and I think only, if I recall, 3 to report to the city manager. They're doing, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing and doing it well, their communication comes to the city manager. That's 3 people. I stand to be corrected if it's not.
It's Councilor Vihil Coppler. It's 10 department directors report to the city manager.
10. Okay, that's not what I recall from reorg, but okay, 10. I mean, that's not a big span of control when you have qualified people in those roles. And then you have a full-time mayor, full-time city manager. I have to say, I think it's rather top heavy and very top heavy for the production that we've seen, even when that position was filled. What is the intent to fill an executive? I don't remember the name of the position, executive assistant to the city manager. What about that? Where's that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, as part of the budget adjustments in 2020, that position now is currently under community development. I think there's a lot of conversation about what is the right support and structure. Councilor Villarreal has mentioned a number of times that the need for more administrative support to the counselors. I think when, the form has taken a lot of different shapes. When in 2018, when the mayor came in, there was a city manager, deputy city manager, executive assistant, and mayor. The pandemic shifted a lot of things. And so I think the organization is constantly shifting. But again, this position is really serving as the additional support to the city manager and managing the strategic priorities of all of the departments.
So what I would hate to see is this high-level, highly paid chief of staff turning out to be an executive assistant, which sometimes it sounds like that. Now, tell me, because we're so concerned about recruitment and retention, how do you intend to fill this position?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, thank you for the question. I do not intend to fill the position. This is a request to fund the position so that the next city manager who will come on in the new year would have an ability to fill the position. Previously, when I was about to go through that position, it was posted. We followed the standard HR procedures. Series of interviews were conducted, and then a decision was going to be made, an offer made. So
thank you.
I would imagine a similar process would be followed.
Okay, thank you. So the next question then would be for you, Mayor. How will you direct the new city manager to fill this position?
Well, we have to get a new city manager before we can direct anybody to do anything, and that still hasn't been accomplished by a vote of the governing body. However, my intention would be to follow hiring procedure as described by our current city manager, and what we did last time, which was to advertise the position and see if we can attract somebody with the skill set as described in the job description. I do think, Councilor, you make a point, which is that there is a perception that somehow the city is top heavy. And I would just say, from my experience over the last 4 years, from Eric Litzenberg's experience as our city manager, I remember in his exit interview, as well as the issues that or the concerns that have been raised throughout my 4 years, that there is an inordinate amount of communication, coordination, collaboration work. And we have really continued to put an enormous amount of responsibility, pressure, and demands on the city manager. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's even a statement or a position specified in our charter for a deputy city mayor, which is in effect, this is really not, the nomenclature is misnamed here. So if that's making you think it might be an executive assistant, that's bad nomenclature. In fact, this is the deputy position that used to exist, and that after all the work of the last 4 years, and in particular the work of contending with a pandemic, with an enormous amount of administrative demands and coordination, communication, and collaboration, I think the city council and the public would be well served by this position being funded again and filled appropriately. I think it would make the city government work more effectively and would really be beneficial to the public, our existing department heads, and frankly, to the members of the city council who could use that additional resource.
So are you in agreement that an executive assistant is not needed in the city?
No, I think that,
office?
if you're asking me point blank, I think that's I don't think this addresses that consideration at all. I think what our city manager, LePan Hill, said is right. We've had a fluid situation of attempting to find the right configuration and staffing and support for all parts of the city manager, mayor's office. And it continues to be something that we are trying to come up with the best way to staff and support us, as well as what the city manager said about what Councilwoman Villarreal has raised in the past, which is, and still raises it hasn't gone away, that where can members of the city council go to get some assistance when it comes to their needs for support. We really haven't staffed that out historically, and it continues to be a thorn in everybody's side. I think the city government is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the larger issue here is we're a much more complex and multifaceted city government than we were in the past. And the demands continue to grow, the expectations continue to grow, and we're trying to respond appropriately and in a responsible way to meet those requests for more support. And it may continue to evolve as we see how the governing body and the responsibilities change over time.
So I don't know if I misheard you, but let me just clarify.
Sure.
This is not a request. This position is not synonymous with the assistant city manager.
The job title as it has now, and there's historical reasons why it has this job title, is called chief of staff. That was because that was the position that was created many years ago in the mayor's office and was filled by our current city manager. When we moved it into the city manager's office, but did not rename it. But it is in effect a deputy or assistant city manager, not whatever you call it. The job description is that of whatever the job title. If you look at the job description and the recruiting description, it is a assistant city manager, as you said, or deputy city manager, as it's been named in the past.
So then are you requesting to fund the chief of staff and then you're going to reclassify it to assistant city manager?
It's maybe the answer would best come from the HR director. I don't want to get tangled up in the nomenclature for the position. The job.
No, this is very important. I mean, it's a direction of how city government managerial decisions are made from the top. This is a big deal.
Okay, I don't want to. I guess my point is that the job description should guide everybody on the council as to what this individual would do. But Madam. Ms. Salazar, did you want to speak to the question of nomenclature?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vigil Koppler, I think that what's being described here is it would be the current position title on the books right now is chief of staff. I think what is being described as far as duties to be performed would be that of a deputy city manager. And there is an existing job description for that since we've had a deputy city manager in the past. So I believe that's what's being described here.
Well, then why isn't this? I think this BAR isn't clear then to the public that this is a complete change in the reorganization plan that we discussed in great detail for many hours and over a couple of council meetings, I believe, about what we needed to get things done. And so what we're really doing here is not approving a chief of staff. We're essentially, the goal is to reinstate a deputy city manager position. And in my mind, that makes my concerns even worse. I mean, then we're even more top heavy than what I imagined. And, I can remember beginning with the city council when we had an executive assistant, in addition to the mayor's executive assistant. We had more communication to the council at that time than we did before, and, or after, than we did after. And then I've had a chance to get someone say that the city manager only has 7 reports directly. So maybe Miss LaPan Hill, you could tell me who reports to you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Copper, you are correct. I have 7 direct reports, and then there, obviously, the city clerk and the city attorney report are appointed by the city manager. That makes up the management team.
Well, but the 3 positions, the city attorney, city clerk, and you report to the mayor. So that's 7, and reorganization took away, perhaps rightly so, in the people who voted for it, direct responsibilities for oversight and from the city manager to the department directors, who again are charged with high-level responsibilities, but yet they get very good pay. And now we're going to put a deputy city manager in the city manager's office, where we just took a lot of responsibility off, for which I remember you were very grateful. And now we're going to add another level of managerial responsibility, which I'm appalled, and I can't vote for this because I mean, first of all, I don't think that the justification in this attached memo to this agenda item discusses the need for this position at all. It mostly deals with money. And this is a major organizational shift. And I think that, just glossing over it is problematic to me. And certainly I would guess, and I'm getting a lot of comments right now, and I had already got them before this, of people who can't understand why this position is necessary. It raises my antenna. It certainly raises the radar, and apparently the public's radar is now even more raised. And I'm not doing this to be difficult. Certainly, I just want to, go in the sunset. But I just can't imagine, knowing what I know about organizational development and what I know about city government and what I know about performance in our city government right now. I can't imagine that this position is necessary. And it leads me to believe that there are other reasons for this position being created. But I don't see any justification here. And I can't, if the city council doesn't see justification in the written word, the public doesn't see justification. And if all we're concerned about is spending taxpayer money on bloated staff at the high level, another high level salary, then I think we should be transparent about it. And I'm sorry to have to ask all these questions, but I think they needed to be asked. And I really think this is a wrong move, and I don't support it at all. I don't think the public supports it. And this just raises a lot of concern. That is all. Thank you.
Councillor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So to Councillor Vihel Coppler's point about what this position is, and it's a deputy city manager. And Director Salazar, I think that if we need to be calling a position what a position is, what would it take to actually change the name of this position so that it is accurately reflecting what we are voting on?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Cassett, in order to change a job title, it would have to go through a personnel action process for a reclassification.
Okay, and so would that be something that we could change tonight and say we want to do that with a motion here?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Cassett, we can receive that direction and then proceed with the action if it's approved.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this has been a topic of conversation, kind of trying to figure out what the best structure is and really understanding the structure. And this is something I've been thinking about with this a lot with this position over the last week. And Jarrell, I think it might be helpful for me as I'm looking at this. Can you provide some more clarification? I guess my understanding of how the city manager and the deputy city manager interacts. I mean, I understand there's this concept of there's more communication with the council, more communication, I believe, with staff. I think about our flesh out of what this looks like would be helpful for me.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, thank you for the question. I think there's any number of ways, and again, each individual is going to do it differently. I think there's a couple of different pieces I would just bring into the conversation. The way I've thought about the job, there's sort of three parts. There's the day-to-day management, there's the fires and the crises, and then there's strategic planning and process improvement. And all three things happen concurrently at the same time, all the time. And so, as you can imagine, one of the things that happens is when there's a lot of fires and crises, that's where I've spent most of my time. So my 2 years as city manager has been spent, obviously, in the midst of a very large crisis. I became city manager officially 6 weeks before COVID hit. So I think part of the way to think about this is, or the way I think about it, is those three buckets. And again, every person would do it differently, but you've got the day-to-day management, and then you've got all the things that always happen. So you've got an annual budget process, you've got the legislative sessions, you've got things that happen on an annual cycle that are both regular and also take up a lot of time. And then of course you've got all of your internal services. So one of the things that the city manager spends a ton of time on are HR items. I am the signatory for all personnel actions. I used to remember this stat, I think it was 2020, I signed over 1,200 different personnel actions. Don't quote me on that number, it's a rough estimate, but there's a number of things like that. I'm the signatory, the city manager is the signatory on a number of those items. So that's how I would think about that. I think, again, part of the capacity building is to help differentiate between some of, we've talked a lot about the need for a strategic plan, or some of the ways in which we want to look at city government from a structural basis. Well, how do you do that and also manage the day-to-day fire? So I think that's really the both and capacity within the city manager's office to do all of those things.
So in that discussion, who is in charge of things like day-to-day fires and who's in charge of strategic planning? How does that break down? Or is it, I mean, I understand that at this point it would not be you, so maybe it does change based on who's in there, but I guess more of that kind of understanding of how this, as you mentioned, how this adds capacity to the city manager's office.
Madam City Attorney, did you raise your hand to?
I did. Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, councilors. I do think it's important to note that the deputy city manager is specifically contemplated in code, and in that section, if a city manager wishes to appoint one, the job description needs to be brought to the governing body for approval. So if a deputy is going to be hired, that description will be brought to the governing body for approval.
Good to know.
I'm sorry, can I just follow up real quickly? When you say, could you give us a little elaboration on where it appears in ordinance? Any background on that, please?
Sure, let me just get it in front of me. I'm looking at utility franchises at the moment. So under our chapter 2 administrative section, under the city manager section, which is 2.4 or 2-4, there is a deputy city manager section 2-4.13. And in that section, the office of deputy city manager may be established. The deputy city manager shall serve at the pleasure of the city manager. And then under, I believe, the duties, which is section, the powers and duties section of the same city manager section, which is 2-4.6, part K. The city manager may appoint a deputy city manager within 60 days of being appointed city manager. Prior to the appointment of a deputy city manager, the city manager shall present a job description to the governing body for review and approval. The powers and duties designated to the deputy city manager shall not exceed the powers and duties of the city manager. And that's it.
Thank you. So, Counselor Cassett, back to you.
Well, that is an interesting twist to this conversation, given upcoming changes that are about to occur within the city manager's office. And it sounds like some of that information about what this position would look like are questions that would need to be asked of a new city manager once they have been appointed, is my understanding. Am I correct in that? Okay.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, that's how I would read that as well. Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and yield the floor for the moment then. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, followed by Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that's perfect segue into what I was going to ask, because I think, it was, I don't want to say, I'll say it this way. It wasn't denied that this position is, the intentions is to move it into a deputy city manager position, reclassify it. If that is the overall intention, I think it's best that we deny this request and let the new city manager, whomever that may be, appoint a deputy city manager, given that's the authority that they have laid out in our code. I think what's in front of us now is not what's going to be in front of us in a couple months, and that's it's not the appropriate way to go in this sense. I am a bit disappointed in the sense that the job description that we requested last week is the same job description that was used for hiring in early 2020. And that was prior to the reorg. And we are still using the same proposed job description when the reorg should have shifted up things at least a little bit the way it was sold to us, it was going to be shifting it up a lot. In particular, it was going to really impact the city manager's office, and those impacts should have been reflected in a position description that we would be using to hire. And that's not the case with what was presented to us. So I think, with the information laid out, our best course of action is to deny this, afford the new city manager, whomever it may be, the ability to appoint a deputy city manager should they want to once they get in, because the new city manager might not have the three bucket approach. Their managerial approach might be completely different, and that's okay. And I think we need to do everything we can to not hamstring a person that's coming into a position, in the sense that they're inheriting something that they didn't request. They might see different gaps and needs based off of their managerial experience and how to effectively manage the city manager's office. So I guess, city manager, why are we using the same job description that is roughly 2 years old prior to a reorg that the city manager's office is completely different from?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you for the question. There is no city manager's office. It's a party of one. The direct reports, the number of people that report to the city manager is different. And I think it's really, what the reorg has done is pretty remarkable. The creation of of community health and safety, of community development, has created synergies and opportunities for collaboration in a way that, what wasn't happening before and what it's allowed. So, but in terms of the city, so the job, if you look at the job description, the duties are very similar. It's strategic priorities.
But you're not speaking, excuse me, Ms. City Manager, but you're not speaking to how the reorg impacted your office of one, which was an office of two prior to the reorg. And I think that those things need to be reflected, and it's not reflected in the position in front of us. And then to have it confirmed that there are the intentions to have it change over to what is actually in our code of ordinances, to the deputy city manager position. Why even go that route and just allow the deputy city manager or the new city manager to appoint them? Because then they are inheriting somebody that they may or may not want. And I think that's very concerning to me. That's not effective management. That's not efficient management. And I think that these are the decisions we should be making once a new city manager comes on board, whomever they are. With that, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think there's I don't want to say a bit of confusion, but what we have in front of us is an existing position which has traveled from the mayor's office to the city manager's office. It's called chief of staff because that's what it was called when it was under the mayor. The decision was made in the course of reconsidering the resources we have to manage the city that, and I agreed with it, that the city manager's responsibilities are so constant and unrelenting that that job, that slot, that position really would support the city manager in a very important fashion and add resources to all the things that we all know are true. I think we all know that the city government of Santa Fe, the scale of it, the complexity of it, the amount of work that needs to be done has grown exponentially, and that we really can't pretend that we're a little town with town-sized problems. We've got city-sized problems, and we are not over top-heavy. We are, in fact, finally trying to get the right kind of configuration to meet the challenges of now and the challenges of the future. The job description reflects that. The job title, calling it chief of staff, the original proposal was to have a staff. There is no staff. And so it's a misnomer, but it is not an attempt to in any way disguise the real intent, which is to add more managerial capacity to a very challenging effort to bring the resources of the city government effectively to the city council and to the people of the city of Santa Fe. What's in front of us is simply to fund that existing position. And then if it is deemed the wishes of the governing body, we can rename it, we can reclassify it. But in effect, the work that needs to be done doesn't change. The amount of work that needs to be done isn't diminished. And what we're trying to do is return the funding to a position that was deemed necessary and then not filled when we put a hold on hiring. We put a hold on all hiring, including hiring in the city manager's office, which reflected good management and good faith. And now that we have the resources to staff up the rest of the city government and bring more people into city employment. I think we also need to add back the funding for this position. It reflects the volume of work, the complexity of work, and the demands on our management team. We in effect we are still in the process of redefining city government. We have a full-time mayor, true, the first we've ever had, and that work of evolving that role continues. We have a city manager. We have a city council that is the city. The job of the mayor is to be, in effect, the CEO. The job of the city manager is to be the chief operating officer. We have asked our city managers to perform superhuman tasks, not just during the pandemic, but previously. If you asked Eric Litzenberg for his exit interview, he was very clear that the demands were unrelenting and very, very challenging and escalating. Manager LePan Hill has done outstanding work, not only with the existing responsibilities, but with the pandemic. And I don't think any of us believes that public life in America or in Santa Fe is getting easier. It's getting harder, and it is getting more demanding. And adding that role back and giving that authority to the city manager to fill it is, to me, a very reasonable response to our evolving city government. And it's good government. It's smart, it's effective, and it will be beneficial to the citizens of Santa Fe, who will get better service. It's beneficial to the governing body, who will be included in dialogue and conversation. It's beneficial to our city employees and our managers. It's really a very commonsensical response to the growing complexity and demands of city government. And I think it is a reasonable step to fund a position. If we change the title, I'm all for that. If we fill it with the new city manager stepping in, when that happens, I think it will be a benefit to everybody. I think it will be good for all of our employees, not just our managers who report to the city manager, but to everyone across the board. And so I think it's a pretty commonsensical thing to do, and a recognition of city government in Santa Fe coming of age. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding for these budget adjustments is that we have these pretty crucial staffing gaps. We have vacancies. We talked about them during budget hearings. At the time, we said we would look at the vacancies and the issues that we had with staffing at this midpoint. So we're moving forward with some of these. I asked in committee about how we decided which positions would be moving forward with funding. I didn't get a clear answer other than these were the ones that were put forth. I mean, there's actually quite a few that we are still lacking. Not sure if we're going to see those later, but I'm just thinking about other departments that had major staffing issues, like libraries, facilities division. We had some Parks and Rec requests. It actually didn't even make the agenda tonight, unfortunately, and we approved that through committee. That was unfortunate. To me, that's a crucial place where we needed to make sure that those positions were covered. There's probably positions in water and utilities. I don't know. That hasn't come forth to us. So all of these really, in my mind, were these very crucial positions that we need to be able to provide better services, basic services. So a lot of these we didn't actually talk about because I think they were crucial, and we didn't go through details. This one did take, I think, get our attention. For one, because the memo, like many of the others, was lacking. It didn't give any background information on history. This one in particular was just like a very short paragraph about why we needed it. And so we talked about it in committee. And, after receiving this job description, it actually made me think more about how, as counselors, as part-time counselors, most of us having other jobs, there's still not that support that we're needing. And, you know, a policy analyst will help on some aspects, but I don't think we have, again, I'll say the administrative support. We need support for implementation of policies. We haven't had that in the past. Actually, the city manager, when I first got elected, actually supported us in that way. When we were going through budget hearings, I kept thinking, yeah, if we have the number of reports that were needed then for the city manager, we definitely need a deputy city manager. That was my thinking when there was the reports that we were looking at. They were massive. And we did need somebody to look at the internal and external aspects of the job. Well, we didn't go that route and we reorged. So now we're in a different structure, and still the counselors do not have the kind of support we need. I'd like to see this, like, take more time on this to figure out what's needed, not just by what the new city manager is going to need, but also how it's going to support us as elected officials. And so I think the job description actually needs some reworking in general. So when we're talking about these emergency needs right now for staff gaps, this isn't one of them right now, in my opinion, after our conversations and hearing from my colleagues. I'm more concerned about what's happening on the middle and kind of hourly wage staffing gaps that we have. And so, although I think this is important, I just don't know how it's going to be structured in a way that makes sense for all of us and supports our needs. I think we get left out of the mix here. I think it really needs, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that means another position for us, but right now I'm just kind of perplexed that even just changing the name, I don't think that would help at this moment. I think this just needs to take a little bit more time. And I'd rather focus on the other asks that we have that are coming to us tonight. Some of them didn't get taken off consent and are moving forward. But I just think that this one needs a little reworking. And I would like to request staff from finance that the next, any budget request that we receive in the next couple months, if we do receive more, that the memos reflect what we're actually voting on. Giving us some background information and understanding of, like, what was the rationale for doing this. Even if it was even like, we talked about this in budget hearings and we didn't have enough funding at the time. And so we actually have some information that helps us make informed decisions. I don't want any more cut and paste details that are actually just the overarching details that we need to understand about finances and how our economy is doing better in GRT. That's important. However, these specific requests on staffing, the memos need to reflect the actual department and what we're actually being asked of. So I just want to make that statement again. I already said that in committee. And so at this point, I feel like we need some more time on this one.
Thank you. You do make a really good point, Councilwoman, and that is, and I think it's reflected in what Director McCoy has said. We're going to have a rolling succession of additional budget adjustments going forward. We are in a very enviable position for the first time in a long time, where your point about the memo regarding our economy is right. We're seeing really a remarkable, robust recovery. And in addition, we're seeing other resources come our way, so that I think this is not the only and last time we're going to see bars that fund all kinds of positions. You're right about the couple that should have been on the agenda didn't get put on. Those will come forward too, as well as things that are simply waiting in the, if you will, in the landing pattern to get the airplane onto the ground. They're in the circulation and they will be brought forward, and they will they will be very, very significant in terms of addressing the staffing needs of all of our employees and all of our departments. So you're spot on with that. There, as I mentioned earlier, there's a hiring, fast hiring event Saturday. I hope we get a lot of folks coming to that. There are positions where you can walk out the door with an offer letter on Saturday. So it is an across the board recognition that we've been on a scarcity budget, scarcity diet, if you will. And now, whether it's the positions that haven't been taken off of consent or the things that will be forthcoming as we move forward, I think we're in store for a very strong effort to rebuild and build up our capacity across the board. Councilor Mayor Worth and then Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. So the fascinating conversation I think we're having, and I think there's a lot of question about timing. And so I guess what I'd like to know is what's the downside of waiting to approve this position? Because what I've heard is that we're not going to fill the position right away. We're going to let the new city manager hire. And so basically what we're doing is moving the position over to the city manager's office so that it's there and it's ready.
It's there now, Counselor, just to be,
Okay.
it's always been there. The
All
only,
right, so what we're doing is we're moving the money over.
no, what we're doing is we are allocating funds for what had been previously had not had funds attached to the position in light of the pandemic. So we simply didn't hire the position and then we didn't fund the position. Now we're trying to restore funding for the position.
Right, so we're moving the money from the mayor's office over to the city manager's office. What are we doing?
We have a position. It has been in the city manager's office. It has been unfunded and unfilled. We would be voting if we move forward on simply funding the existing position.
Okay.
To answer your prior question, and I don't have a problem with it, there is no downside to postponing.
Okay. And I guess the other question I have is, how long does it take to change the title so it accurately reflects the position? And why wasn't that done? I mean, what is the timing the reason why it wasn't done on the front end?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I think you can tell by this conversation, it's a very complicated, complex question. We had this level of conversation 2 years ago, whether there is a fundamental structural question. Should there be a deputy city manager or not? The move here was not nefarious. It was simply intended. There's a position on the books as chief of staff, the city manager's office. It's a staff level position. The intention was to fund it and have it ready so that when the next city manager comes on board, they would have a little bit of leeway. Absolutely, if that is not the interest of the governing body, by all means, I was just trying to leave my successor with a little extra runway. So that's it. I think it is they are similar and different positions, and they have different people feel differently about them, and that I think is part of the conversation and part of what is for you all ultimately to decide how you think city government should be structured.
All right. I mean, because I do think we need more managerial capacity. But, you know, thinking this through, if there isn't a downside, seems like it may be prudent. That's all I have.
Thank you. I guess we have two other folks with hands up. First, Councilor Rivera, then Councilor Cassett. Where'd you go, Counselor Rivera?
Sorry, forgot to unmute. I'll be brief. I agree with Councilor Romero Worth on what she just said. If we can wait a little while, that may be the best way to go. Just wanted to ask Ms. Salazar briefly if we had a job description for the deputy city manager.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, we do, from when we had the deputy city manager filled, like in 2018, I want to say, 17, 18.
Yeah, so these two job descriptions would be different, I assume, because they've both been hires within the last 5-6 years at least.
Yes, they're separate job descriptions. There's some similarities, but they are separate job descriptions.
Right. Yeah, so if we're talking about deputy city manager, as Councilwoman Cassett said, I think that's probably what should have come forth. So I'm in favor of waiting a little bit. I think the new city manager, whoever that person is, may have different ideas of the staff position or staff needs that they want to support them. So that may be worth a discussion with whoever the new person is as well. They may think an administrative assistant is probably the most important thing for managing their day-to-day efforts. And I think it would be fair to them to let them help guide the decision-making process of how the city manager's office will function. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't, Counselor Cassidy, I'm not sure what your next comment will be, but I think the sense of the council is we should put this aside and bring it back or bring something back to the governing body when we have a new city manager. And I think that's completely, the point is we lose nothing by waiting. We can have a conversation about structure, roles, support for the council, support for a new city manager. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. I think there is a somewhat of a good philosophical discussion about what levels of management are needed, what kinds of support are needed, what the structure of the emerging, both the city council as our board of directors, support for that body is helpful, as well as recognizing that the city manager may require additional support as well as defined in our ordinance. So if the governing body tonight says, let's move this aside and bring something back later, I think that's a very reasonable idea and certainly does defer to whoever becomes the next city manager to participate in that dialogue. Councilor Cassett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I don't have too much to add. I do think that this is, in light of what Attorney McSherry brought up, this is a bit of a unique position in the sense that there is a new job description that comes forward with a new city manager. And for me, that really is a key component of this discussion. So I actually did want to I believe this is a subsidiary motion, and Attorney McSherry, correct me if I'm wrong, but I did want to postpone to a date certain, that date being after a new city manager is appointed. And City Attorney McSherry, is that a way that I can do a date certain, as it doesn't have to be a date, but an event?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, we could even say to a meeting, we could put it on a meeting after the appointment on the same day, if you want to make it as soon as possible for the funding. That wouldn't be approval of the position, obviously, but the funding.
I believe that a lot of this conversation has been around having the new city manager really look at this and decide what it is that they would be interested in bringing forward. So if I do after the appointment of a new city manager, does that leave it open enough to allow them to bring it forward? And then we know that they only have 60 days if they do decide a deputy CM is what they would like to propose.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I think that's workable. Yes.
Okay, move to postpone until the new city manager has been appointed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. We've had robust discussion. I'm not sure there's more to be added, but if there is, I'll open the floor to anyone who wants to speak to the motion. If not, could we call the roll on the motion to postpone?
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Ward,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, everybody. And I think our current city manager is right. This is a very robust topic about the structure and operations and processes, and I'm looking forward to bringing it back up after we've got a new city manager. Madam Clerk, could you read the next item for us? I will point out it's 8 o'clock. We may want to change our order of business. But at the moment, we're still on the 5 o'clock agenda, and there is one more item, I believe, that was taken off of the consent calendar.
Yes, Mayor, the last item that was pulled from consent calendar was item AI. This is request for approval of the City of Santa Fe schedule for 2021 governing body city council committee meetings. It's my item, so if anyone, I think Councilor Garcia pulled this item.
Can we get a motion and then we'll entertain discussion?
Motion to approve.
And is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion to approve and we have a second. I believe it was Councilor Romero Worth that offered the second. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Madam Clerk, I will make this quick as possible. The meeting calendar document provided in the item, it's got BTAC. We are now BPAC. So just if that quick correction could be made with that. I don't know if I need an amendment to do that, but just wanted to bring that to the attention that way before it gets distributed.
Thank you. Good catch.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for the city clerk. Do you know why the Community Development Commission dates are not put on our main calendars, meeting calendars?
Councilwoman Villarreal, I would have to check, but any committee that submitted their dates for their annual schedule to the clerk's office was included on the calendar.
I actually think they've never been included on this calendar, which I'm surprised because public safety meets, I think, what, monthly? And there's other committees on here that meet monthly, and so does CDC. So I'm just wondering if we can add that to this calendar.
Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, absolutely. I think, again, the intent was just committees that have submitted, and that might have been a historical practice that they did not submit their meeting dates. So if those can be provided to my office, then I absolutely will add to this calendar and then update BPAC and then distribute.
That sounds good. We actually did approve the dates, so we'll just ask Director Ladd to add them or send them to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other comments about item AI? Hearing no other, seeing no other hands, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Noting that it is 8:11, I'm wondering if the governing body, anybody, I think Councilor Rivera is often good at this, looking at the calendar, do we want to plunge forward or do we want to jump forward to at least the petitions from the floor from the evening session? We do have an executive session as well. If we followed our current order of business, I don't know when we would get to petitions from the floor. So perhaps we want to change the order of business, go to petitions from the floor, maybe even the appointments or not. I don't have a preference, but take that up, let the public speak, and then come back to our order of business to go through discussion, action items, and then so on. Councilor Rivera, do you have a sense of that?
Sure, I'll make a motion to suspend the afternoon session and jump to petitions from the floor in the evening session, and then return back to our regular business.
Is there a second?
Second.
I heard a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Can the clerk call the roll on that motion?
Sorry, Mayor, I was on mute. Alrighty, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
very good. So we have, Madam Clerk, if you can take the people in the attendees room who wish to speak as petitions from the floor, not for the public hearing that is on the agenda, but rather simply for petitions from the floor, see how many hands get raised. We could take those people and then let them have their say and then go back to the order of business. If you can offer everybody who raises their hand 2 minutes, we can get petitions from the floor because people are now, they've been waiting for an hour to get their chance.
Yes, so anyone who is interested in speaking on petitions from the floor, if you can please raise your hand. And then I will start your 2-minute timer when you begin speaking. And then I will mute after 2 minutes for the request of Mayor Weber. The first individual is Miss Stephanie Beninato. Miss Beninato?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, and thank you for your discussion on the deputy manager. I am opposed to any deputies at all. I don't think that they lead to more efficiencies. I think you are very top-heavy in the administration. I think that the lower levels positions need to be filled. And I just want to point out that nobody answers the phone at the city manager's office or at the mayor's office. It gets routed to constituent services. And if you think that's serving us, it is not serving us. The other thing is at Perez Pool, excuse me, I know that Sam Burnett told us he was an expert in ADA, but the women's shower room, the stall that is supposed to be used for ADA for people with mobility issues, the button is too high. It can't be used by a person in a wheelchair. I know that because there is a swimmer that I'm friends with, and she has told me that. So the staff told her to go use the family restroom. Well, there's no seat in the shower, so she can't use that one either. Neither of those are handicapped or ADA accessible showers. And I think that needs to be changed ASAP. The other thing is we are definitely getting to be a pay-to-play kind of city in terms of recreation. So if you have a $7 for a 45-minute swim, you can now go to the Bicentennial Pool and swim there. That was the case in 2020. It used to be that if you had a pass for recreation, you could go to any pool, including the Bicentennial, and you didn't have to pay extra. And now we have the master's class. Oh my gosh, we could never open Perez at 6 o'clock. There was never a staff. But now that the master's swim team wants to pay for that hour, oh my gosh, all those employees who couldn't show up are showing up 5 days a week at 6 a.m. and the masters take all the lanes. There are no lanes open for—
Ms. Beninato, that's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Oh, it would help if I was unmuted. Michael Barrio, you are next and have been asked to unmute.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Michael Barrio, Executive Director of the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition. And I'd just like to quickly speak in favor of funding and filling as soon as possible the Assistant Director of Land Use. I think, as from a coalition perspective, we believe that this position is necessary now in order to stabilize and ready the department for an incoming director. And I'm really looking forward to action with regard to that. I'd also like to speak quickly in favor of another resolution that was on the agenda, and that is the Santa Fe Public School Staffing Crisis Resolution. I'd just like to say that our position is, from a coalition standpoint, is essentially that we always support initiatives that create more affordable housing and fully support initiatives to alleviate the SFPS staffing crisis, as we believe our educators to be foundational to our communities. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, who's next?
Joe Sheps. Let's see, Joe, you've been asked to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
I speak tonight to request the council's immediate assistance in funding the purchase of replacement security gates for the parking lot immediately 100 feet below our home at 200 Valle del Sol. This parking lot is behind the Zobra's burning location just north of Majors Field, adjoining our property. Most evenings after 11 p.m., there is an unchallenged assemblage of the city's loudest motorcycles with illegal straight pipes, modified muffled roaring engines, human screaming, and music at deafening levels. When we first moved in, I respectfully approached these people with a request to please lower the noise level, as it was 1 a.m. I was met with screams of, "We are coming to kill your family in front of you, and then we'll kill you." Yes, I often call the police non-emergency number around 2 a.m. when I can no longer bear the noise, and the dispatchers are always concerned. The criminals must have police scanners, which are available on Amazon, because these criminals always depart minutes after I speak with the dispatcher. In October, I asked the Parks Director, Melissa McDonald, to come by and review the situation. On the phone later, her first question was if I knew who had removed the gates. She also endorsed in a letter emailed to me late that afternoon the installation of replacement gates. Additionally, besides the gates, apparently the vandals removed all the no parking after 6 p.m. signs in the area. Unlike the still unresolved issue of the citywide vehicular noise crisis, and subsequently our citizens' inability to experience the quiet enjoyment of our lives, my request tonight is simple, straightforward, and merely asking for a fast-track funding for the immediate reinstallation of previously existing gates and signage. I had to leave the house to come down to my office for this meeting because we could not hear ourselves think. Right this minute, there is a rampage going on up there. This is where the gangs meet. I don't understand why the police can't come down on these guys, but I really think the gates, which were there to keep this from happening, be funded and replaced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Others in the attendee room to speak for petitions from the floor, not for any of the other items, public hearing or otherwise, but simply petitions from the floor.
Mayor, sorry, Mayor. Miguel Gapadon. Miguel, you've been asked to unmute. There you go.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. There's just a couple of things to state now as we wrap up 2021 and we are getting ready to move into a new administration. I'd like to thank Councilors Roman Tiger Abeta and Joanne Vigil Koppler for their service on the City Council to the citizens of Santa Fe. And I'd also specifically express my thanks as a resident of District 4 to Councillor Vihil Coppler for her efforts in working to provide the best services that were possible and to the residents of Santa Fe and District 4. And with that, that's my comment, and wish the rest of you all, mayor and city councilors, to have a happy holiday season, and we'll see you all in 2022. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Other hands in the attendee room, Madam Clerk.
No, Mayor, that was everybody.
In that case, I think we're prepared to go back to the regular order, which takes us to item 11A.
You are correct. We're back to the discussion items. Request for item 11A is request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, a BAR, in the Planning and Land Use Department in the amount of $231,623 to fund salary increases for construction inspectors and construction inspector supervisors, to fund an existing unfunded assistant land use director, to fund an existing unfunded senior planner, and to fund and create one new FTE, an engineer position. Richard Brown, our community development director, is available for this item, along with interim land use director Jason Klug.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Councillor Vihil Coppler, your hand is up, and we do have staff here to answer questions. I don't know if it would benefit anyone to first hear a brief comment from staff about what this item is so that the public knows what we're working on. Rich, why don't you do just a quick top line comment before we get to questions from the governing body.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to the members of the council. I'm here tonight with Interim Land Use Director, Mr. Klug, who also can join in, but we're very interested in this agenda item, as in we are trying to beef up the capacity of our land use department with the many positions that we've requested in this BAR, including the assistant director. As some of you may know, we are trying to create a growth optimization plan and future growth planning, and that would include having the capacity to have someone who would focus on that, including the planning for land use. Also, you may also know that the city is full of construction and development these days, not only just Midtown, but other areas of the city. And these all run through the planning department. So having the capacity to do these things on top of the other roles that are being offered up is a way for us to sort of be in front of the need of the city so that we can continue to grow and to create wealth for the city and to be prepared for the future. Mr. Klug, I don't know if you want to add anything to my preamble.
Thank you, Director Brown. Mr. Mayor, yes, I would please. So I'd just like to say that I've obviously been listening in this afternoon and this evening, and I feel like, all the arguments for this position were just presented, regarding the deputy CM, basically word for word. I would definitely reiterate, the mayor's words: unrelenting, big scale, complexity, expansive growth. All these things are affecting the land use department. And then everything that Ms. Panhill said as well, as far as the operational challenges that exist for the CM, it's the exact same thing for the land use director. It's basically a microcosm of everything that was just mentioned. And so I'd just like to say, particularly on the AD position, because it was, amended to be removed from this, I'd like to just reiterate what I said at the last meeting. I understand and appreciate the validity of Councilor Abeda's sentiment regarding, allowing the new land use director who's hired, hopefully in January or February, to choose the person for this position. But I would still plead that, we go ahead and approve the funding now, because the one thing that I do disagree with the last conversation is we have no time to wait. We're inundated. There's zero time to delay this. If we wish to effectively manage land use, So this position is of vital importance and will provide more depth to the planning branch and add capacity to meet the ever-growing demands. It'll increase the ability to manage projects and initiatives like the growth management plan, the code update, to Chapter 14, strategic planning, and improve operations improvement processes, all while allowing regular operations to happen seamlessly and help avoid single point failures. The planning AD position will also help manage and process the dozens of small to medium bore issues that come up every week that must be addressed at a management level, and to increase response time to these and to allow better, more timely engagement with customers in the development community. They will very importantly, coordinate operations and ensure day-to-day effectiveness of the planning branch. And I can speak to that personally because that's what I did under Carol and Eli. For the development branch. So this will also afford the land use director the capacity to better look at the big picture, to manage all the department-wide operations from that perspective, take on more initiatives, just have more bandwidth, manage pressing issues effectively, and better represent, I think most importantly, better represent the land use department, with the public and development community. The AD will obviously also be able to provide coverage up and down for the land use director and the planning manager. I think one important point that I could reference for all of our requests is that these positions will support our code mandate. Our regulatory responsibility that's laid out in code. We need these positions to actually regulate and make sure that all the conditions in the code are met, effectively. Everybody understands, their roles and responsibilities by code and can effectively, respond to, code issues, enforcement issues, et cetera, in a timely fashion. Not that that's not happening now, but I think it could be at a much higher level. And we struggle to, reach this critical mass where we can do that. And we're, in the time I've been with land use, we've never been able to quite get there. So, I personally, I'd like to toot my own horn. I think I've done a fantastic job, actually. I just have to say that. I feel like I've worked on team building since day one. We've had all sorts of process improvements. We've executed many initiatives. I think the land use department is headed in the right direction. And I would hate to see this, it's definitely a capacity issue right now. And I really hate to see it become a morale issue. And so I'm requesting, your support to further the land use department. And that's my only interest. I think that's it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. We've got a couple of hands up, but I appreciate you both framing the issue for us. Councillor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I spoke very much in favor of the assistant director position at finance. I just wanted to confirm, because of what the caption says and what the memo says are a little bit different. So I do want to confirm that my motion, in fact, approved funding for the assistant director land use position based on what caption was read. Am I correct there?
Madam Clerk, I believe that's correct, but City Clerk, do you have, or City Attorney, is there any doubt about that?
Mayor Weber, Councillor Cassett, what is the difference that you're identifying?
Well, there was conversation that it had been removed. I don't believe it actually was removed because it did pass Quality of Life Committee. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page, that my motion did approve funding with the funding for the assistant director position.
Mayor Weber, Councillor, it appears the caption does include the entire purpose. Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. The memo, the updated memo is a little bit different. So I was going on the caption, not the memo. So that's why I wanted to just make extra sure before we move forward. I don't believe I have anything to add. I think Director Klug did a wonderful job of really highlighting why this is such a important role. I think that we do need to fill it as soon as possible. As I had stated at finance, there's a lot of work that needs to be done with this that needed to be done yesterday. So I am looking forward to us moving forward with that and providing the support to the land use department to continue to do this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to circle back. I think during finance, we didn't have enough information. The memo didn't describe what the background on this, the fact that we actually had approved assistant land use director in a previous budget, and then just background information, as I keep saying, would have been helpful. I followed up with staff to talk about this. I think my main concern was about being able to hire a land use director, because that's where we've been, obviously that's been the position that's really been needed. It's been delayed. I asked about where they're at with that, and I think they're going to post it pretty soon, like mid-December. So that makes me feel a lot better. I was just not certain in understanding the track that we were on and how that was going to coincide with the land use director. So I have a better understanding about that. I mean, I think most of you that have been in land use a long time know that since I've started on council, I've advocated for more support for your department, and it's been slow going. It's been piecemeal, unfortunately. And I think there's still other staff gaps that you're experiencing that we need to resolve. So I'm hoping that with the new land use director, we can achieve that. And I think with the assistant land use director, that will be an important support. So after careful consideration and adding more information to my brain about this, I think it would be important to move forward with the full package for this request for land use, including the assistant land use director. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Abeta, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Mr. Klug and Mr. Brown. The explanation at finance, the discussion was good. There was more discussion at quality of life. I agree with Councilwoman Villarreal. Hopefully these positions can be filled together, ideally with the land use director. There's a famous quote by Bill Parcells, the football coach. He left the New England Patriots, I think, because what he said was, you know, they want me to cook the meal, but they won't let me buy the groceries. So hopefully, yeah, we could get a land use director in sooner rather than later. But if not, I do agree that all the positions should be funded at this time. And again, thank you, staff, for your patience with me and really explaining the need. I appreciate it. And also, I received lots of emails and calls from the public who also would like to see our land use department move forward. So I appreciate all the dialogue that took place, and I will support this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To answer the unasked question, not about Bill Parcells or, for that matter, other Patriots coaches who have been shopping and cooking, but to the question of the land use director, I believe, Mr. Brown, you are about to post that position and move expeditiously on that front. And I think it's timely for that to happen. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know you've been getting all the paperwork ready and the process in order.
Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you. The paperwork's all done, and I'm ready to post it starting on December 13th. It'll be posted for a month, and we're using social media and other avenues to make sure that it's a national search, local and national.
Thank you. And I agree with you, Mr. Klug. You've done an outstanding job, by the way. You don't have to toot your own horn. I'm happy to toot it with you. I think your work has been outstanding, and you've done it with a lot of single point of failure issues and pandemics and virtual staffing and electronic permitting, and our permits have moved, and the land use department deserves a great deal of credit for the effort and your leadership. So don't think you're tooting your own horn. Your horn is being tooted by many of us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. And I was actually just using it as by way of an example of, how effective the planning manager or the AD for planning could be, in the other branch on the planning side as opposed to the development side. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other comments or questions regarding this matter? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you.
Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is item 11B, consideration of a resolution requesting a time extension for a municipal arterial program cooperative grant from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, identified as control number L500306, for the planning, design, and construction of Alafria Street and South Meadows Road intersection improvements. I believe Mr. Graham is available for this item.
And I believe
There he is.
Madam Clerk, there's B and there's B1 as well.
Yes, Mayor. Item B1 is a request for approval of amendment number 2 to a municipal arterial program cooperative agreement. It's munis contract number 3202845 with the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the planning, design, and construction of CIP 835C, Alafria and South Meadows Road intersection improvements project. The amendment is for extension of agreement term only to December 31st, 2022, and no additional funding.
So correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to need to take up both of these. We're going to need to do both items. Mr. Graham, why don't we get Madam Clerk or Madam City Attorney, do we do two separate motions or can we bundle?
However, you can do either one, as long as it's clear what the motion is.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion for item B and B1, and then we'll get Mr. Graham on the floor. But is there a motion on this two-part item?
For
Move
approval
to-
of item B and item B1.
I have a motion from Councilor Rivera to approve both B and B1. A very clear motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And I have a second. Mr. Graham, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the governing body. Excuse me. I just wanted to say that this was brought up in discussion because the caption didn't include the contract portion of the B1 during committee. So we brought it into discussion to have that contract added to the caption. Although the contract was included in committee, it was there for everybody to see. So we're just voting on the resolution and the contract so that we can extend the term of the current agreement.
Thank you. Very, very concise and clear. Much appreciated. Are there questions for Mr. Graham or any other staff people? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Oops, it would help if I took myself off mute. Yes.
I was just waiting until you finished drinking and then I was going to ask you again. Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Thank you, governing body.
Madam Clerk, the next item, please.
Yes, the next item is a consideration of a resolution permitting banners to be located along San Francisco Street, Old Santa Fe Trail, and Cathedral Place to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the historic La Fonda on the Plaza. I believe Jesse Guillen, our legislative liaison, is available for this item.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there- And there's a second. Counselor Lindell, Councilwoman Villarreal. Jesse, do you want to give us a quick overview of what this entails and why we are bringing it forward?
Mayor, members of the council. So this is a resolution that would permit banners to be located surrounding La Fonda on the Plaza to commemorate their 100th anniversary. There's in the resolution itself, there's some history about La Fonda as one of the oldest buildings in Santa Fe. The banners would be hung from January 1st, 2022 through January 4th, 2023. We decided to add a few extra days so that they're not there on New Year's Eve trying to take them down. Gives the location of the banners. There's also a map attached in the packet, as well as the design that was approved by H board, as well as administrative approval. And then all the information included in the resolution is required in Chapter 14 per the sign code. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Jenny Kimball, who's the chief of La Fonda. I believe she's in the attendee room. She can answer any questions that I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Guillen. Are there any questions about this item? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jesse, I was missing that in your history that my wedding reception was at La Fonda. But all jokes aside, happy to support this. Happy to see that such a great institution like La Fonda is celebrating a 100-year anniversary, and definitely happy to support this initiative. That's all I had. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was out of line.
Thank you for the historic footnote. Any other questions or comments or compliments? Jenny Kimball, you're raising your hand. It's actually not a public hearing, but do you have something to add?
I would just like to invite everybody January 22nd to celebrate our centennial. These banners are going to be like the bicentennial ones that were put up when the city celebrated its 200th anniversary. And all the proceeds from our gala are going to support SWAIA, which is also celebrating its 100-year anniversary in 2022. So that's why we've asked to do this.
Thank you for the extra information. Much appreciated. Any other questions from the governing body? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Kimball. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
I can do that. The next item is request for approval of a bar in the total amount of $175,000 to transfer the revenues of the sale of the Santa Fe Clay Building into rail yard operations to address deferred maintenance needs. Sam Burnett, our Facilities Division Director, is available for this item.
Can we get a motion before we hear from Mr. Burnett?
Move to approve.
Second.
I heard a motion from Councilor Lindell and a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Mr. Burnett, do you want to give us a briefing on this item, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, councilors, as you may be aware, there are a number of deferred maintenance needs throughout the rail yard and the rail yard park. Director Brown in Economic Development recently brought to my attention that the funds generated from the sale of Santa Fe Clay still had not been allocated. And per city code, those funds actually do go directly back into rail yard operations. This is an excellent opportunity for us to address some of the more immediate needs within the rail yard. So of course, we're going to bar that money over and begin working on addressing those as quickly as possible. And that is this motion, or this in a nutshell.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Questions for Mr. Burnett? Madam Clerk, I see no hands. Could you please call the roll on this item too?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. The next item, please.
Yes, the next item is 11E. It's consideration of a resolution. This is sponsored by Counselor Abeyta, Counselor Marworth, and Counselor Cassett. It's a resolution adopting a new version of the governing body procedural rules.
Mr. Mayor?
Counselor Romero-Worth, this was the item you were addressing earlier this evening.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that this be referred to the Public Works, Public Utilities Committee on Monday, December 13th, and then on to the first governing body meeting in January.
Second.
There's a motion from Counselor Romero-Worth and a second from Counselor Cassett. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is a resolution, a resolution extending the duration of the mayor's emergency proclamation issued on December 6, 2021 by 47 days, expiring at noon on January 24th, 2022, pursuant to section 20-1.3C SFCC 1987. And our attorney, McSherry, is available for this item.
Is there a motion
Move to approve.
and a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Counselor Lindell and a second from Counselor Cassett to approve this item. Is there discussion? Counselor Lindell.
I move to approve this. However, I feel compelled to make a point again that I have a great concern about the continued camping in the arroyos. I get letters, emails, and photos that are absolutely unbelievable. And we are racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars of cleanup costs with this. And I think that understand why I supported this, and I made a motion to approve. Our numbers in the state and our deaths are horrifying right now. I couldn't in good conscience not vote for this, but we're going to have a lot to deal with in the very near future, or on the, I don't know what the other side of this is. I don't know when that is. No one knows. This is, I don't think any of us thought December 2021, we were going to be having more cases in this state and more deaths than we've had in months and months and months. The number of cases in this state compared to our population that at this point has been pretty horrifying. We're pushing on 30%. The number of cases in the city recently have been horrifying. I'm not going to get into a big political thing about that, but it's really disappointing that we have the number of cases that we do week after week in this city. So I am supporting this, but I can't do it without making some of these comments. So thank you for letting me speak, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think your sentiments of the complexity and the number of things we're trying to juggle is absolutely right. We have a pandemic that is spiking. We have our own city employees. If you look at the charts and graphs that our HR department is producing, it's really disturbing, and we really should remind everybody to take precautions and follow some of the guidance that is in this proclamation. At the same time, we do have externalities and issues that continue to be very concerning to all of us, whether it has to do with encampments or it has to do with just the unintended emotional stresses and behavioral health and other issues that are an outcropping of COVID. We've got continue to have our hands full. So I appreciate your comment and your support. Other questions, comments on this proclamation? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Viho Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Obeita,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. We have pulled the Midtown overview because of our friend Daniel Hernandez's own illness. Item 13, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, the next item is item 13. It's matters from the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I just wanted to, as Mayor has alluded to, that we have a hiring event coming up this Saturday from 9 to 2 at the Chavez Center. I hope that folks can be there. We've got some fun things planned, and so wanted to call attention to that. Also, as others have mentioned, we continue to see we are experiencing more cases in the city of Santa Fe than we did at the height of last year by a lot. So a reminder to everyone, as always, to maintain COVID safe practices, get your booster if you haven't gotten it, and we're going to keep working our way through the continually evolving pandemic. And lastly, I just wanted to say happy holidays to everyone, and I hope you have safe and enjoyable holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Item 14.
Yes, item 14 is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Just a couple of announcements, and then I'm going to recommend we do an executive session on one of our ongoing cases. I did want to let people know that Marcos Martinez, one of our senior assistant city attorneys, has been admitted to the U.S. Supreme Court as a litigator. He will be filing a motion in opposition of a petition for cert in one of our cases. The plaintiff in one of our Furstenberg cases is appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court, and we are filing a motion in opposition of that petition. So it's very exciting. I don't know when the last time or if that's ever happened from my office in the history of the city of Santa Fe, but it'll be very exciting if he gets to appear At this point, we're opposing cert. So we're saying the US Supreme Court should not take the petition because we won in the court below, along with the US government and the state of New Mexico. So all three parties are opposing the motion for the petition for cert. And then I also wanted to express my appreciation for the support for the IPRA manager position. It's going to be extremely helpful to our staff. We're ready to post it as soon as possible. So I've already announced it to my staff tonight that that was approved, and we will move forward very quickly. And then I hope to circulate a position description on the policy analysts to get feedback from folks as well before we post that. With that, happy holidays as well, and best wishes to Councilors Abeyta and Councilor Vihel-Coppler. It's been a pleasure to work with both of you. And I would recommend that we go into executive session. We have a couple of things to figure out related to our case, the City of Santa Fe versus Purdue Pharma. And that is District of New Mexico case 119 CV 01105. And this is pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, Part 8H7.
Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion to make to take us into executive session?
Sure, I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Can we call the roll, please, on the motion to go into executive session?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So for the public who is watching or listening, we will be taking up a matter in executive session. It's now about 9 o'clock. We'll be as expeditious as possible. Members of the governing body may actually take an opportunity to get some dinner while we're in executive session. I would encourage it because we have more work to do on the other side of the executive session, but I will meet everybody in the executive session Zoom room. Thanks, everybody. All right. If everybody's back, could you turn your cameras on?
Mayor, some of the counselors look like they're still in the waiting room.
Okay, if I think you're right. We can get everybody out of the waiting room into the meeting, please.
Yes, Mayor, I'm promoting them in now, so everyone should be popping over. It looks like they've all accepted there they go.
All right, if you're here and you're a council member, I'd just make sure we see everybody's face. And I will go to Councilor Rivera to bring us out of the executive session, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 1051J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Cassett. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vito Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Item 15 comes to you, Madam City Clerk.
Does Mayor, governing body members, I just have a few announcements this evening. One, it seems like forever, but we haven't met since after Veterans Day, or since before Veterans Day, excuse me. So I did just want to give a quick thank you to everyone that participated in that event, and also thank the Navy band. They did a phenomenal job on the plaza, as well as our car show. That was a really great day. So that takes me to my next item, which is I wanted to thank the governing body members and the community for joining us as we lit up the plaza this year. It was a phenomenal event. Our parks team did a great job. The plaza looks gorgeous. And we don't have official numbers yet, but hopefully those will be forthcoming. And I know for a fact that we're going to have the most participation we've ever had before. The plaza was packed. So anyways, I wanted to say thank you to Erica Flores in our community, in my community engagement department, for her efforts planning those events. She did a great job. I also just wanted to note, I did send out an update to the council, and we did get this posted on our website, but we've been getting lots of calls in our constituent services side about the helicopter over Santa Fe. So I did just want to make a quick announcement. It is PNM. They are doing a wildfire mitigation plan. And so the helicopters will continue. But again, on the constituent services side, we've been receiving a number of phone calls and concerns about that. I wanted to note that we will be having the inauguration ceremony on December 30th at the Convention Center. I will be sending additional information on that event, and we'll be getting that out shortly. And then also just a quick update that we are working on our redistricting. The press release seeking members for that commission will be going out next week, and then we will be working on that. And sorry, two more quick announcements. I didn't note this when I did the update for the calendar, but I will say that once the adjustments are made, I will have calendars for all governing body members along with the schedules for the invocation, pledge, and salute. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you to Councilor Abeyta and Councilor Vito Coppler for your service and the time working with you as in a variety of capacities since I've been at the city, but I really appreciate your service to our community. So with that, I'm done. It's a wrap.
Thank you. Communications from the governing body. Councilor Vito Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. It wouldn't be fitting of me to have my last meeting without some comments. So I do have some comments, and First of all, just want to thank you all for participating in this whole last 4 years, some of you 2 years. And I'll say that I've enjoyed my time on the city council. I think it's been a very interesting experience, and I think you will see me again in public life. I will say that. I'd like to give a big thanks to all of the staff. I'd like to give a great big thanks to AFSCME and for, I applaud AFSCME for sticking up for yourselves, for going the extra mile. And I encourage any members of AFSCME to continue doing what you're doing. Along with that, I'd like to thank the fire department for your endeavors. Everything you do for this city has been phenomenal, and you risk your lives, even if you're not at a fire, which most people think. Firefighters get exposed to all kinds of variants, and they're always there to help us. Similarly with the police department, as you know, they are there to help us all the time, and I want to express my deep gratitude to them for all they have done for the city and will continue to do. Hopefully, I will never need them. So I also want to thank the council members, especially those who have acted independently, who have expressed your opinions without regard to any political mandates, and who have not been afraid to deliberate on legislation, deliberate seriously. And now we know, hopefully you will continue that and not see your opinions misrepresented on a TV ad or a postcard, or many postcards. There is a duty we have to speak and to act as council members, and I really appreciate all of you who continue to do that. Remember that we're a local government. We're closest to the people, and we're not the state legislature. And I don't think that we should endeavor to become that, our processes. We represent all parties, all political parties, because our constituents have various backgrounds and do represent and have their own beliefs about things. We don't represent ourselves. And I think that's really important. Mostly it's just keeping in the public's eye the city's business. That has always been important to me, and it will continue to be important to me. And I honor all of you for respecting employees and knowing that they're the reason that the city is successful. And again, they are the backbone, and we are those who provide the guidance. And I really want to wish all of you well. I wish you well in your political careers. I wish you well in your council business. And mostly, I just want to say I've been living my good life, and I quite like it. But I'm also very interested in public service, and I will be certainly on the other side, probably watching everything you're doing, and maybe we'll come up for air and comment every once in a while. But I wish you all very big success. Councilor Abeyta, I wish you big success. I know you will accomplish great things, and we now have expressed freedom to do so. So happy holidays to all of you, and I wish you all again good cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. The aforementioned Counselor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Counselor Vihel Koppler, this has been an amazing journey. The friendships, the relationships, I think that's what I'm going to value the most. Is now I know all of you, some of you better than I did, some of you I didn't know at all, and to me, I'm thankful for having. I have new friends now, that are going to be lifelong friends, and not just on this council, but also in my district. There are a lot of individuals that I didn't know before I was a counselor, and now I do. And we are good friends. And the support and the calls that I got after the election was just, it was extremely valuable. Councilwoman Vihel Koppler, the fact that you ran for mayor, really, that really got a lot of my respect, because a lot of people complain and they say this and they say that, and you did something about it, and you need to be acknowledged and recognized for that, because too many times people talk and talk, but they don't step up to the plate, and you did. Mayor, you and I go way back since before this. I just appreciate all the guidance and the support and the words of wisdom that you've given me, not just during these 4 years, but before that. And I just lastly want to thank my family, because you can't do this without the support. And a lot of times it's our families who take a beating unnecessarily. It's fine when they attack me. That's what we sign up for. But, you know, they have a tendency to go after then your loved ones, and that's just not right. But that's I guess part of the game. But again, I think the most valuable thing I'm going to take out of this is the relationships, and primarily with the 8 of you, all of you. And so I just want to say thank you for the last 4 years. It was a blast. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor. But you're muted.
I'm trying. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleagues, Councilwoman Vigil Koppler and Councilor Abeyta, for your service. It's been a pleasure working with both of you. I think that people don't understand or know how much work we do as counselors, and we're part-time counselors. And I just appreciate that you were prepared for meetings and that you asked great questions. Councilor Vigil Koppler, I just appreciate the perspectives you brought and the commitment you have to our community. I think that just having the perspective about understanding processes and procedures is very helpful, and you were really on top of that and on point. So I really appreciate the times that you brought those perspectives to the council. And Councilor Abeyta, we've known each other a long time, way before being on council. And it's been a pleasure serving with you, especially on the finance committee. And as I said in the finance committee meeting, that I really appreciated you running our meetings with efficiency and providing us with a fair chance to be able to express our viewpoints, even though they may have been different. And so I appreciate that. And so I just wish you both the best of luck. I think that there's a lot that you've contributed and will continue to contribute to our community. And I hope to see you, and it will be nice to see you in person and not on Zoom anymore. So hopefully I'll get to see you after all of this is done. So thank you so much, and sending blessings to your families and your friends. And I also wanted to wish everybody and my colleagues Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, as we say in Northern New Mexico, Mis Christmas. And wanted to just let you know that I hope you get some downtime, because I think we all deserve it. And one other question that somebody can answer later on is, when are we having our legislative breakfast? And we need the date, because some of us need to plan ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I as well just want to thank my colleagues, Councilwoman Vigil Koppler and Councilor Abeyta, for their service to our great city. It's for folks like you that make things go round, and I just want to thank you for your dedicated service. Councilor Vigil Koppler, I thought I was going to see you on TV the other night when the Lobos were playing, and those Aggies were stomping on the middle of the court, and I saw the athletic director in the middle pushing them out of the way, and I thought I was going to see you there defending our home court. But I appreciate the collegiality and the friendship that you brought. And Councilor Abeyta, we still got that pickup game once the teen center opens. I'm gonna find you, so you better lace up those sneakers. Again, thank you guys for everything you brought our community and our city stronger because of folks like you, and thank you for your dedicated service. I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. Please be safe. As folks have noted, the numbers are getting up there, and as you plan to celebrate with loved ones over holidays, do so in a responsible and safe manner. That way we could all celebrate in 2022, 23, and multiple years beyond that. And just thankful for everybody, all my members, all of my colleagues on the council for this past year, and look forward to working with 6 of you next year and our 2 new folks in 2022. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I really want to thank Councilor Beta and Councilor Vigil-Koppler for your service. It really has been a pleasure working with you. I have learned from both of you and really appreciated just those opportunities to have the different discussions, have those different perspectives, and really be thinking about things. So I wish you both well. You will both be missed. Definitely take some time to relax because as somebody said already, it's don't understand what this entails, and it really is a lot. It takes a lot out of you, and so I do hope that both of you are going to really take the opportunity to have some downtime, have some relaxation, and then get back up and keep doing incredible things for our community. So thank you all. Happy holidays to everybody. As it was mentioned earlier, COVID is spiking. So be careful this holiday season. I know this is the really hard season for us to stay vigilant, but I really just want to emphasize everyone to continue to stay out of groups as much as possible, wear those masks, get that booster, and keep everyone safe this holiday season, but still do things that you enjoy and connect with family and friends. And I hope you all take some time to relax over the next couple of weeks. All 9 of us probably should, as Councilor O'Mara Worth reminded me the other day that I probably should not be scheduling so many meetings as I tried to schedule a meeting with her in the middle of December. So thank you, Councilor O'Mara Worth, for reminding me of that. And I will pass that advice on to the rest of the governing body. And I look forward to seeing you all soon and getting to work in the new year.
Thank you. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Well, it's the season of naughty or nice. And I would encourage some self-reflection and self-awareness of, have you been naughty or have you been nice? You still got a little bit of time to gain ground back. I appreciate this, council. Thank you to each of my colleagues. Thank you to Councilor Vigil-Koppler and Councilor Beta. No one does this job for any reason other than they care about this city. We may agree, we may disagree. We may end up in the same place. We may end up further apart on some issues, but we all do it because we love this city. And hopefully we stand up for each other with the public, reminding them that we do this because we care about the city. Councilor Beta, don't think you're going to get away so easy. You gotta see me this weekend. But to all my colleagues and everyone, of course, listening, I wish you a very, very peaceful and Merry Christmas. I think we do need to acknowledge that our COVID numbers are really awful right now. Aid and Comfort has been canceled. That's a group that has a lot of understanding about a pandemic. And so we're starting to cancel sizable annual events again. So be careful. You're all valuable. We did those little videos a while ago about why we were vaccinated. Remind yourself of that, please, because you're valuable and we need you here. So Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor, I think you need to introduce something for us.
Let me get to that page.
I have it if you want me to read it.
Yeah, would you please, Mayor?
It's a joint resolution recognizing the existence of open items related to annexation and establishing negotiating teams to develop non-binding proposals to resolve those items, and it is co-sponsored by Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. That was nice. That wasn't naughty.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, a couple of legislative introductions. The first is an ordinance amending Exhibit B of Section 21-7 to increase residential and commercial rates for services provided by the Environmental Services Division. And second is a resolution supporting the application and response to the request for proposals issued by the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, Non-Metro New Mexico Area Agency on Aging for continuation of services for the senior citizens of the city of Santa Fe. Wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Be safe through the holidays. I wanted to thank all the city crews for the plaza lighting. Mark Aragon, who's a good friend of mine, I didn't realize he had been doing that for 29 years. That is amazing. And each year it just gets better and better. And he continues to do a great job year after year. I wanted to first congratulate our outgoing fire chief, Paul Babcock. Thank him for doing a great job for, I don't know how many years he's been now. Most firefighters leave between 20 and 25 years. He's been there probably twice that. So he's been there a long time. And then thank Chief Padilla as well for all his efforts and his work as a police chief over the years. And then congratulate our incoming fire chief, Brian Moya, who I know will carry on the tradition and do a great job on behalf of the fire department in the city. And then for now, congratulate interim police chief Paul Joy. I think he'll do a good job, and we'll see how that one pans out. Lastly, like everyone else, I want to just thank Councilor Vigil Koppler for allowing me to work with you. You've done some really good things, and one that I'll always remember is the banners honoring our military heroes along Cerrillos Road. And I appreciate you taking that up. Councilor Bates and I supported you on that, but you did most of the legwork, and was just glad to be even signed on that. And it continues to be such a great thing. And then lastly, Councilor Abeta, my colleague, I've known you a long time as well. You used to be my boss when you were the deputy chief here in the city. And you earned my respect then, because you were a great boss. You were a great person to work with. And I appreciated you since then, and appreciated you working with you as a fellow counselor. You've done some great things in 4 years, and I think your legacy will go on much longer than the 4 years that you spent with us here. But I'm going to miss you. And again, I'm going to call on you if I have any questions or any concerns or need any advice. I'll keep your number close. So appreciate working with you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And I believe Counselor Mayor Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start with introductions so I don't forget. An ordinance amending section 2-1.13 to establish that the mayor pro tem shall serve on one city council standing committee, which shall be the finance committee. I am co-sponsoring that with Councilor Cassett. Just want to wish everybody a happy holiday, and echo the COVID stuff is really scary, and I don't know, we got to keep wearing masks, get boosted. If you're not vaccinated, don't waste any more time. Yeah. I had the opportunity to give some initial goodbyes to Councilor Vigil Koppler at the BDD meeting last week, and to Councilor Abeta at Finance. It's hard for me to believe that it's been just about 4 years. We all came in together. We were first elected, and part of getting our feet under us all together. It's hard to believe it's been 4 years. And as I've said in both those meetings, thank you very much for your service. And I know you care about the community. I know you'll continue to do good things in the community. We may even pull you back for things down the road. So look forward to interacting in the future and just seeing you in the community. So thank you very much for your service. And I think that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to follow your lead, Councilor Meyerworth, and get some introductions out of the way so I don't forget them. A number of things. I'm going to try to read them rapidly. An ordinance granting NTS Communications LLC doing business as Vexus Fiber, a non-exclusive franchise to operate a telecommunications network within the city of Santa Fe, the right to use city public rights of way to provide telecommunications services within the city and fixing the terms and conditions thereof. Resolution rescinding resolution number 2020-1 relating to the Open Meetings Act and adopting annual notice requirements for 2021, an ordinance relating to the city of Santa Fe's Office of Economic Development Plan Ordinance Section 11-11 SFCC 1987, approving and adopting a local economic development project participation agreement between the city of Santa Fe and Beck and Bulow LLC for design, development, construction of tenant improvements and lease payments and expansion of the corporate research center, a local economic development project, an ordinance relating to the city of Santa Fe's Office of Economic Development Plan Ordinance, Section 11-11 SFCC 1987, approving and adopting a local economic development project participation agreement between the city of Santa Fe and Earth Care Teardrop Travelers LLC for design, development, construction of tenant improvements and lease payments and expansion of a manufacturing center and silicon vacuum system, a local economic development project. To echo my colleagues, thank you to the tireless work of our city staff over the holidays to make the city beautiful and celebratory and light up. Thank you to everyone for being on alert about COVID. It is a very tough time we're in where we've all worked very hard to stop COVID from spreading, and new variants and new challenges continue to rise up. Our city staff is currently really being struck by it. We want everybody to stay safe and practice COVID safe practices so we are all as a community looking after each other and taking care of each other. The holiday season is a great time to have fun and family time, and it's also a time to be mindful that it's unlike any holiday time we've had before, where our best efforts at stopping the spread of COVID are clearly not enough, and we've got to be very, very tough and resilient. It's bittersweet to have colleagues leave the city council and welcome new ones. I'm glad, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you and I could go out and have a cup of coffee and talk to each other and spend some time just as colleagues and not as political rivals, and recognize that we're both going to be here for the enduring future to make commitments to the community in a variety of ways. And I have the utmost respect for you and your commitment to Santa Fe, and I'm glad to hear you're going to be a fixture in our political future. I think it's important that people acknowledge just how hard you work and all the members of the governing body at this job. It is a very tough assignment, and you only take it on because you love the community and you love the people in the community. And it's a tribute to you to have taken it on and done your utmost to advance Santa Fe. Councilor Abeyta, I think you kind of know how I feel about you, but if you don't, let me quote Coach Bill Parcells, who once said, "Losers assemble in small groups and complain. Winners assemble as a team and find ways to win." You are a team player. You assemble people around you to get things done. You are a coach by nature, and a leader by character. And you are a acolyte of Bill Parcells in every respect when it comes to bringing out the best in people. Another great Bill Parcells quote, "Blame no one, expect nothing, do something." And I'll see you, I may not see you on the basketball court. You and Counselor Garcia may have to do that by yourselves, but I will see you when we cut the ribbon on the teen center. I'll see you many times between now and then. And thank you for your leadership, your service, and most especially your friendship, abiding, deep, and permanent. Thank you. Thank you both. And we'll welcome new colleagues in the year ahead. Change is bittersweet for all of us. And we will continue to say some goodbyes and some hellos and continue to serve the people of Santa Fe to the utmost of our ability. With that, Madam Clerk, let's turn to some more of the evening agenda. It's now 2 minutes after 10. Let's move to the 7 o'clock agenda.
Awesome. The next item up on the agenda is 19A. It's appointments. We have an appointment to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We are appointing or seeking approval to appoint Eric Abo. He's an appointment filling a vacant term. The term is ending on 6/2022.
I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Motion from Counselor Garcia and second from Counselor Cassett. Is there discussion of this appointment? If not, can the clerk call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Vihel Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Marwood.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. We now have item number 20, and it is a public hearing. Do you want to introduce that for us, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, I would. Sorry. Item 20A is case number 2021-4219. This is consideration of a resolution amending a master plan for a tract of land more particularly described in Exhibit A and known as a portion of Tract M, remaining as a result of replat of the compound Phase 2 at Monette Sereno Phase 3, recorded as instrument number 1953714 in Book 878, pages 9 through 12, and subdivision plat, the compound Phase 3 at Monte Sorrento Amendment Number 3, recorded as instrument number 1953723 in Book 878, pages 13-6, lying within Section 36 T18N RNE NMPM, comprising an area of approximately 34.96 acres located west of Highway 285, north of Tano Road at 400 Monte Sereno Drive, and is within the Monte Sereno development within the city of Santa Fe, state of New Mexico. This is case number 21-4219, Monte Sereno Master Plan Amendment. So this is item A1.
Okay.
Oh, you know what, Mayor? I apologize. I actually read those opposite. So I guess I should swap that. So 20A is case number 2021-4219. This is the Monte Sereno Master Plan Amendment. Al Lilly, agent for 21 Club Holdings LLC. The owner requests master plan amendment to include infrastructure and design elements for the hotel use. The property is approximately 34.96 acres and zoned PRRC, Planned Residential Resort Community. It's located west of Highway 285, north of Tano Road at 400 Monte Sereno Drive, and and is within the Monte Sereno development. Dan Esquivel, our senior planner, is available for this item. And then there is the consideration of the resolution, which is A1, and then I'll read A2 when we get there. I apologize for that, Mayor.
I'll go ahead and read A2 while you're at it.
All right. I mean, I'll just keep reading the novels of these. A2 is request for approval of written findings of fact and conclusions of law regarding case number 2021-4219 in the matter of the property located west of Highway 285, north of Tunnel Road at 400 Monte Sereno Drive, and is within the Monte Sereno development.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing. I don't know if there are people in the attendee room, Madam Clerk, who need to be promoted or will be promoted when the time comes, as they are involved in this matter. But it is a public hearing. I'd start by asking any member of the governing body who is operating as we are operating in a quasi judicial fashion. Make sure we've all been very careful not to have ex parte communications. Anyone need to speak to that now, please do. Otherwise, we will turn to staff presentation, begin with that, and then go forward from there. Dan, Noah?
Mayor?
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have the city attorney just for the public talk
Yeah.
about what quasi judicial means, please?
Yes, for the record, Madam City Attorney, for a reminder as to why we are operating under and what the difference is to be a quasi judicial body.
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Merworth. This is a land use case regarding an amendment to development plan, and it is a quasi judicial matter in which the governing body is serving as not in their legislative capacity in which they get to determine policy, but rather applying existing law to the facts that are going to be presented tonight. So the governing body is limited to the existing law when they make their decision and the facts that are introduced during this hearing, and can't use outside information that's not introduced either during this hearing or in the record below.
Thank you. Good to always remind everybody who is new to these proceedings that this is a different role for the governing body than they think of us when we're voting on ordinances. So that said, and we will be swearing witnesses and so on to go forward in the public hearing piece. Staff, who wishes to? Dan, are you going to carry the ball for openers?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the floor.
If I may, Mayor, first I'd like to wish Councilor Baita, Councilor Vigil Koppler, and our city manager, LePan Hill, the very best. I'd like to thank you for your contributions to the city of Santa Fe and your service. You'll be missed. Thank you. And if I can get my screen to share.
There you go.
All righty.
Thank you. Looks like it's working.
Okay, I won't read the captions since our Madam Clerk has done that. My presentation is about 3 to 5 minutes. It's pretty quick. Staff is recommending the governing body should approve case 2021-4219 as recommended by the Planning Commission and adopt a resolution. Should the governing body choose to approve case 2021-4219, the governing body should also adopt the resolution identified in Exhibit A, amending the Monte Sereno Master Plan, and either approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law or identified in Exhibit B, or choose to amend them. Should the governing body choose to deny 2021-4219, it should direct staff to draft proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision to be reviewed and adopted as a subsequent governing body hearing. There are some sample motions. Either move to approve case 2021-4219 Monte Sereno Master Plan, amending the design guidelines subject to conditions of approval recommended by the Planning Commission and city staff as listed in Exhibit A, and move to adopt the resolution in Exhibit A adopting the master plan amendment with design guidelines for Montesano Master Plan Amendment, subject to conditions of approval recommended by the Planning Commission and city staff listed in Exhibit A, and move to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4219 Master Plan Amendment with design guidelines for Montesano Master Plan identified in Exhibit B, or move to deny case 2021-4219 Montesano Master Plan Amendment and direct staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision. The Land Use Department has determined that the proposed application, together with exhibits attached to the resolution in Exhibit A, comply with the approval criteria for the master plan amendments and the Montesano Annexation Development Agreement. Again, the master plan amendment is for design standards, subdivision phases, infrastructure, and development of the hotel amenities. The applicant has met the approval criteria for master plan in subsection 1439D1 and has complied with other aspects of chapter 14, such as pursuant to 1431E, pre-applications conducted on March 25th, 2021, pursuant to 1431F, early neighborhood notifications. There were 2 ENNs, one on June 14th, 2021 and September 9th, 2021. The proposed master plan adheres to the Montesano Annexation Development Agreement. On October 21st, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended the governing body approve case 2021-4219 master plan amendment, subject to conditions, and the applicant has agreed to all of the conditions. The Land Use Department again has determined that the proposed application complies with the approval criteria for master plan amendments. Should the governing body approve the proposed master plan amendment, staff recommends adoption of the resolution in Exhibit A and findings of facts in Exhibit B. That will conclude my presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity and brevity. Appreciate it.
If I can get this thing to.
You want to unshare?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I hear you.
I don't see the unshare button or the stop. Somebody's gonna have to cancel me.
Press share screen again.
It's not coming up at all.
There you go.
Got you, Dan. Don't worry.
Yeah, I had an amendment earlier today and my computer I'm gonna have to fix it.
It worked fine. Thank you for the presentation. Staff, any other additional work? Noah, you have anything to weigh in on? Or are you waiting till questions arise?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilors. I don't have anything additionally to weigh in on this until questions come up.
Thank you very much then. We will turn then to the applicant for your opportunity to present to the governing body. Madam Clerk, I believe we need to swear the applicant in at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and Councilors. Al Lilly.
Madam Clerk?
Yep, I was just popping on to swear in the applicant. So if you can please state your name and your organization that you're representing.
Yes, for the record, my name is Al Lilly, Director of Operations for 21 Club Holdings, LLC. Address 532 Old Santa Fe Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Perfect, thank you. And then if you can just confirm, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Perfect, thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Weber and Councilors. My name is Al Lilly. I'm Director of Operations for the developer 21 Club Holdings, LLC. There are a number of other people here from the development team that may be available or are available for answering questions. I'd just like to introduce them at this time, and then we can swear them in if they're needed. Here this evening, we have Eric Cornelius of Santa Fe Engineering, Amrit Rustamugno, Project Architect, Don Beauregard, Director of Development for 21 Club Holdings, and Nancy Long, Legal Counsel. And Dan or Nova, I'd just like to verify that we have screen sharing available. It's enabled for the presentation.
It is enabled.
Thank you. What I'd like to do first is just give you a little background. Prior to discussing the master plan amendment, I want to provide a brief summary of this development, especially since Monte Sereno has had such a long-standing history with the city of Santa Fe. As mentioned, Monte Sereno was annexed into the city in 1985. It was provided with the only PRRC planned residential resort community zoning in the city of Santa Fe. On October 21st, 1992, the City of Santa Fe Council granted approval of the master plan, preliminary plat approval for up to 322 single-family lots, as well as preliminary development plan approval for a 250-room resort hotel and all associated amenities. And those amenities would include restaurants, spa, fitness facilities, conference facilities, wedding venues, and outdoor recreation. Amrit, if you could then show the vicinity map. And I'd just like to point out the location of Monte Sereno. And as many of you know, the community of Monte Sereno is located at the very northerly end of the city of Santa Fe, and is mostly bordered by county land on three sides. We do have Sangre Ridge Cristo Estates, which is to the southeast, but then you go around the west side and there's vacant land, which is the Welsh property. You go to the residential community of Casa de San Juan to the northwest. And then we have the Santa Fe Opera abutting the property to the north. And of course, the highway is on the east. The resort site involves approximately 35 acres located in the very northwest corner of the Monte Sereno development. Something that needs to be emphasized is that with this proposal, the developers made a conscious decision to move away from the large 3-story resort hotel structure, which was previously approved as a 250-room hotel. And now we are planning for a boutique resort. This will involve a much lower profile and smaller independent structures that are carefully sited to work with the topography of the resort site. Furthermore, the pandemic over the past 18 months and the resulting desire for people to prefer more privacy and more space while traveling and vacationing impacting our development program, and it impacted our master plan design. This trend reinforced our plan to provide a more horizontal design involving clusters of smaller independent buildings. This led to a development that is more similar in layout to resorts such as Aviara in San Diego, the Los Caneros Resort and Spa in California's wine country. As will be described in this presentation, we feel that this change to a boutique resort will be a win for all parties involved. Armin, if you could pull up the color master plan next, please. Armin, do you have a color master plan you can pull up?
Yeah, I think I'm having issues sharing here. It says sharing is paused. Can everyone see my screen?
Cannot see it.
We lost the screen share. Maybe if you reboot, it'll come back.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. The proposed development plan for the resort involves a reduced scale resort village, which will include a bar and grill, fitness facility, and sales and admin offices. Located in the southwest corner of the resort tract and adjacent to Monte Sereno Drive, the resort village will include on-site parking.
I don't understand.
Access to the resort trail system. The resort village is designed to serve 60 resort casitas, and each one of the resort casitas involves 2 guest units for a total of 120 guest units. The resort amenities will also serve Monte Sereno homeowners who are interested in a membership. All one needs to do is to drive through the community of Monte Sereno to see that it involves mountainous terrain, and that includes the resort site as well. This mountainous terrain also helped to shape the design of the resort, such that the buildings have been designed to fit into the landscape. It is our objective to have a low-key, quiet environment for this boutique resort, very similar to the experience at the Four Seasons in Suzuki, which includes a small amenity complex with lightly traveled interior roads and parking. Therefore, the master plan for this resort provides for a curvilinear private road pattern that is designed to work closely with the existing terrain. In Armored, I think you can point out the two loop roads that serve the resort. As you can see, the resort casitas, and those are the smaller brown units that are shown on the master plan. They're located on two distinct private loop roads, one to the west and one to the east. We anticipate that phase one will involve the construction of the west, followed by phase two being the easterly loop. Since the purpose of this hearing is for amended master plan approval to include design standards for the resort at Monte Sereno, I'll concentrate on the project planning and the design guidelines that influence the aesthetics of the resort. For those who are involved with Santa Fe's real estate industry, Monte Sereno is well known for its extensive design guidelines, which provide for a high level of design and construction throughout the development. It's important to note that the design guidelines that we have prepared for the resort closely follow the design intent and include many of the same design restrictions found in the design guidelines for the community of Monte Sereno. These design guidelines represent the design standards that provide direction in the planning, design, and construction of all structures in order to develop a resort of the highest quality. The design guidelines ensure the structures within the resort are compatible and consistent with each other and with the surrounding environment. The structures throughout the resort can best be described as soft, contemporary Santa Fe style. This type of construction and architecture is a creative interpretation of Pueblo or territorial style architecture and will provide and include the innovative use of materials and design and the unique methods of construction to provide more contemporary architectural building design. The preliminary architectural plans for the resort have been prepared by our in-house architect, Amrit Amrusimonio, who is a major part of our development team. And Amrit, before we jump into the next slide, perhaps you can first point out the location of the resort village on the master plan, so that's very clear in the upper left-hand corner. And then after that, if you can bring up the elevations for the resort village right after. The resort village is located at the southwest corner of the resort property and will include northern New Mexico design elements with a contemporary flair. This is evidenced by some pitch roofs for the fitness facility and then the large windows illustrated most notably on the view side of the bar and grill facility. The use of only earth tone exterior stucco colors and natural materials will help the buildings to blend with the rugged terrain and the natural landscape. Armand, if you can bring up the resort casita architecture next. The resort casitas are located to the north and to the east of the resort village, ranging in size from 1,900 to 2,500 square feet. Each resort casita has been designed to carefully fit on the buildable areas of the site and to avoid steep slopes. The soft contemporary Santa Fe style architectural design and the low profile buildings will be very much in keeping with the residential nature of all of Monte Sereno. It is also the intent of these design guidelines to plan for minimum lighting necessary to provide for safety, security, and the enjoyment of outdoor living. However, we do not want to negatively impact the neighboring properties or affect the natural quality and darkness of the desert sky. So if we can go back to the master plan next, Amrit. And on that, if you can point out the open space and the trails shown in green. Should be noted that there's no requirement for additional open space for the resort submittal, since the open space requirement for the entire Monte Sereno resort and property, the whole entire development, has already been met. However, we've provided for 12 additional acres of open space with this development plan, which is approximately a third of the resort property. This includes a trail system which offers various loop trails of different lengths and gradient. We see this as a very important amenity for the resort. Next one onward is the landscape plan. I'd like to discuss the guidelines that are with respect to the landscape plans. Landscape plans have been prepared by landscape architect Claudia Horn of the design office. and they are in compliance with the City of Santa Fe regulations for revegetation of all disturbed areas. It is the intent of the landscape guidelines to preserve the high desert environment and the natural landscape throughout the development. And I'd like to emphasize the importance of natural landscapes since we have made this a part of every element of this master plan. Therefore, landscaping for the resort village will include shade trees for the parking areas. However, we have planned for native juniper and native pinon pine closer to the building structures. And keeping with that theme, landscaping along the sides of the private road network will primarily be native trees as well as native shrubs and grasses to stabilize all disturbed areas and to blend with the natural surroundings. This is consistent with the annexation and development agreement. It is also consistent with the design guidelines for the community of Monte Sereno. Now, Amr, if you can go back to the master plan, the color master plan, please. I'd like to say that we are quite excited about the plans for Resort at Monte Sereno, which we feel are the right plans for this property. We feel that the proposed plan is a win for all parties, and this includes the city, the neighbors, and the developer. And I'd like to list the advantages of this proposed resort development versus the previously approved development plan. The first item is the protection of the environment. As previously mentioned, Monte Sereno currently has that entitlement for the 250-room multi-story hotel structure plus amenities. However, in contrast, the proposed boutique resort hotel will involve significantly smaller structures that will cause less disturbance to the natural landscape with preservation of more than 12 acres of open space and will involve far less of a visual impact on the surrounding area. Another very important advantage of this proposal is that the water use is anticipated to be approximately 40% less with a proposed boutique resort versus the entitled multi-level resort hotel. And as you know, lower water use also translates into less impact on the city sewer system. And with the change to the boutique resort, it's projected that this will result in far less vehicular traffic entering the community from Highway 84 to 85 and from the frontage road. The smaller resort facility also involves lower profile structures and smaller parking lots, which will involve less common area lighting to meet safety standards. This will have far less impact on Santa Fe's night sky. And finally, it should be noted that the proposed resort development is anticipated to have a significantly positive impact on the economic base for Santa Fe. This involves a considerable number of construction-related jobs, as well as a direct income for the city as derived from development fees, in addition to generating significant gross receipts taxes and property taxes paid to the city. And of course, long-term, the resort is also expected to provide employment opportunities for residents desiring to work at the resort village amenities. In closing, I think it's important to note that the developer has been a strong supporter of the Santa Fe Opera over the past 6 years. And our relationship with the Opera management is strong. And they're excited to see that there will be alternative lodging opportunities for their patrons and for the performers, with close proximity to the Opera. And furthermore, we were pleased to have received very enthusiastic and unanimous approval from the city's planning commission in October. And finally, we would like to thank Mr. Escobar and other staff members for all their efforts in working with us throughout the design process. We feel that we have a better plan as a result of this process, and we feel confident that we've designed a boutique resort of the highest quality. We respectfully request approval for the master plan amendment with the city council this evening. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we'll come back to you later with some questions, I'm sure.
Thank you.
And if need be, we can swear in some other members of your team. But I think the next step would be to go to the public testimony part. If there are people in the attendee room who are waiting to speak to this proposal, to the item, please raise your hand and the city clerk will recognize you, swear you in, and give you 2 minutes to address the issue. Madam Clerk?
Yes, the first person is Mike Neal. Mike, you can speak. Well, I need to swear you in first and then you can speak.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can.
Good.
All right, Mike, if I could get you to state your name, and you don't have to do your full address, but if you could just do your city and state, that would be great.
Yeah, my name is Michael Nemec from Santa Fe, New Mexico, here in Monte Sereno.
Perfect. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Of course, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Okay, my name is Michael Nemec. I am a member of the Monte Sereno HOA board and would like to make a prepared statement in support of the resort project and 21 Club Holdings. I have been a resident of Monte Sereno for 12 years, and for 11 of those years, I have served on the HOA board as the only voting homeowner board member. Serving along with a dedicated group of homeowner volunteers, we co-manage the HOA with 21 Club and the board through our 5 volunteer committees and our property manager. These volunteers have 3 passions. Number 1, safety and security. Number 2, environmentally appropriate stewardship of the land. And most importantly, number 3, architectural excellence. That excellence is facilitated through our Architectural Control Committee and our design guidelines. The principals at 21 Club, as members of our Architectural Control Committee, have assisted in maintaining the high standards of our design guidelines, and those high standards have been extrapolated to the design guidelines associated with the resort. Since 21 Club became our second developer 5 years ago, I have observed their performance in initiating 4 major projects. Number 1, the compound, which is a gated 8-unit residential complex that is completed. Number 2, the community parcel, a 9-acre common area, which our mailbox and several trailheads are located. Number 3, the completion of the North Loop paved road, along which the proposed project will be located. And number 4, an emerging compound-like complex entitled the Enclave that will ultimately contain 8 homes along the North Loop Road. The first home there broke ground in October. In all these initiatives, the product that 21 Club produces is of high quality, in my opinion. That quality is an earmark of Monte Sereno and is reflected in the market's reaction in terms of lot sales, record new home construction, and increasing market value. I have no doubt that this proposed project will reflect that same level of quality and will complement our community and the city of Santa Fe. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the mayor, city council, governing body. Good night.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the attendee room from the public who wishes to speak and address this matter? Now would be the time to raise your hand. If not, we will come back to the governing body and first entertain clarifying questions before we get to a motion and discussion. So if there are specific questions anybody on the governing body would like to address to staff or the applicant or to Mike, who just testified, he's also someone you could ask questions of at this point, since he's been sworn in. Please, if you're on the governing body and you wish to raise questions to clarify the issue before we get to motions, I would recognize anybody who wishes to raise questions. Councilor Lindell, followed by Councilwoman Villarreal. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in Exhibit C in our packet. And I am on page 12. Pages 11, 12 and 12. That's where my questions are, if you want to try to follow along. These questions have to do with, tell us more about the trail system and where that, if you can show us on the maps again, where the trail system is, where the existing trail system is, and how these trails will be separated.
Amrit, can you pull up that master plan, please? And we can take a look at that. You're going to have to work the cursor. And if you could first show the existing trail that comes along the northerly boundary right there, and then it goes along the westerly boundary. That's the high part of the property right in that area, and then drops down towards the road and makes that connection. And then currently you actually walk down along the road to the arroyo, which is right down in the lower left-hand corner, and head south into the development of Monte Sereno. That's the existing trail. It's our intention at this time to actually have trails that are circular in motion or loops within this resort site. It will also extend down into the cluster home site below it, which is to the east, and will connect to the community parcel. And some of these have not been built yet. So you have the one that goes just where his cursor is right now, going to the north. That's proposed. That's an arroyo trail. And then you can see there's some green space that goes directly west, right from the cursor now, up through that little valley right in there. That'll be a proposed trail as well. And then we also anticipate having trail connections off of the dead ends of the loop roads. And there's several of those that'll connect out into the existing trail. So currently we have about a mile of trails that are on this portion of the property, and we anticipate building more loops.
So are these trails only open to people that live at Monte Sereno?
Yes, currently, I mean, they're not restricted in any way, but that is the current status of those trails.
So when you say not restricted, can members of the public go out and walk on those trails?
Well, there's no provision for them to park necessarily. They'd have to park along the side of the road, but they're meant to be private trails for the community. At one time, there were plans for having trails that looped around the roadside, which were part of the overall community trails. The trails that are actually on the resort track were not part of that plan.
Why would you not allow the resort trails to connect in to these other trails?
Well, actually, our original proposal involved the possibility of looping them into the existing trails. And then there was some pushback by the community in terms of maybe not wanting to have resort visitors come down and hike on the trails that go through the existing single-family lots. And so we kind of left that as an open issue. We said we're totally happy to discuss that further, and that's where we are today.
You know, it seems pretty open-ended, but
Well, excuse me, Counselor, just to add to that, I do see some of the concern that's been expressed by the community in terms of there's some of the existing trails that go through the original portions of Monte Sereno that are very close to individual homes. They come up very close to the homes. And so I can see that they feel that that could be a little intrusive if the public was all walking through there. And so we've been open in terms of, do we consider restricting it to certain areas and then opening it up to others? And we left it at that. We were willing to consider some restrictions and open to further meetings with, actually, there's a trail committee in Monte Sereno, and we're open to meeting with them.
Well, I would encourage people to allow that to happen. I mean, I don't know what your price point is going to be on those casitas, but I don't imagine that they'll be inexpensive. I think it would be nice for people to have the option to do that, but that's, just my opinion on it. The second thing is on page 11, and why would the talking about water use, why would the water use be 40% less?
Well, the original approved plan called for a 250-room resort hotel. Plus, you had all the different amenities. You would have restaurant facilities, conference facilities, spa and fitness facilities, wedding venue, very extensive. And so that we did a water budget. Actually, Santa Fe Engineering did it and came up with a water budget for the original proposal. And then the new proposal, the boutique resort hotel, is now down to 120 rooms and really a very limited resort village with amenities. So there's quite a contrast when you look at the two different proposals. So the 40% was actually calculated, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
So you were going to be at 250 units and now you're at what, 120, you said?
That's correct.
So you're at less than half, but you're only going to save 40% instead of,
Well, you have to, that's true, but you have to remember that we still have landscaping that's over the same general area that the other resort would be built on. That was the way the numbers came up. I mean, if they were greater, we certainly would have been reporting that. We just reported exactly the way the calculations came up.
Okay. Mayor, I'll yield right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually concur with my colleague about the trails. When I read the packet material, I didn't understand why there wouldn't be a requirement to connect the open space and trail system. Like you said, it was an important amenity. It actually would be an important amenity. I think it would be beneficial for the residents in the area as well to be able to access the trail system in the resort. So I know Dan had his hand up earlier, so maybe you can shed some light on that for us.
Mr. Escobar.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Endell, during the E&M process, the community actually did not wish the trail system to be connected. The trail system is a private network maintained by the homeowners association. It isn't a city network. The city, I believe, within the development agreement, they can request it, but the city has not. I believe at some point in time, the city advised them that they would not be interested in the trail system because they could not afford it and maintain it. So the homeowners associations are the ones that took over the trail system within the Monte Sereno subdivision and are maintaining that subdivision. And it was their request to the applicant that the hotel trail system not connect to the residential trail system so that they can maintain their privacy.
I did read that. And so, Mr. Esquivel, you think that makes sense?
We did have a large talk about it, but I think the applicant was working with the neighborhood in trying to address their concerns. So they did keep them separate.
So you're saying I think I heard that the general public cannot access these trails, either the existing ones in Monte Serrano and the ones that will be in the resort.
At the present time, I guess the trail system is private. And according to the agreement, the annexation agreement, it states that they shall subsequently be dedicated upon request by the city to the city for ownership and maintenance. And again, the city has not requested that. So they are maintained as a private network of trails for the purposes of the residents that live for Monte Serrano. And the trail system that is being developed for the hotel would be separate specifically for the hotel guests. And I guess as that may be connected to other developments within the Monte Serrano master plan as the applicant continues to build out the subdivision.
Well, I just don't think that makes sense. I think about what is the resort Encantado. Granted, it's not right up against houses, but it's close by houses. And there's trail systems out there that community members can get into, even if they're not staying at the resort. So would you all be willing to have that opportunity to have the open space and trail system be open?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again, please?
Would you be willing to have the trail, open space and trail system open to for public access?
I don't think so. This is the private development of the resort. And so I don't think that part would be open to public access. We're totally open to discussing with the trail committee and the HOA about interconnection with the trail system to the south that's part of the community of Monte Serrano. But none of this has been open to the public in the past. And I don't believe that the trail committee or the HOA for Monte Serrano would support that. So it's not something that I can really answer for individually.
But to have access to your trail system that you'll be constructing, you wouldn't be willing to have that open to the public?
I don't believe so. I wasn't prepared to answer that question, but I will say that it seems unusual. I can't imagine that someone's going to drive up here to walk a mile on a trail when we have the Dale Ball trails and everything else throughout the rest of the city that are quite a bit nicer and more extensive in terms of a network than this is. These are really meant to be something that someone can leave from their house or leave from the resort village and get a little hike in the local area. So I don't see this as being a destination for somebody from downtown to come out here and hike. That would seem unusual to me. That being said, hikers are good people generally. I don't have any problem with that. I don't have an issue with other people wanting to hike, but at this time I would say no. This is a private development.
Well, it's not just a one loop trail system. It's actually all that open space, which has all these networks to arroyos and other walking areas. So I'm assuming people will find their way anyway to be able to hike. So I just think it's unfortunate that the Monte Serrano neighborhood doesn't want to extend their trail system and expand their amenities in partnership with you all. So the other question I had, I think is for Dan. There was is there a condition that I read that the casita, the resort casitas, the units wouldn't be allowed to be sold?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, within the development agreement, there were two options that we had a long discussion on when dealing with this particular hotel design. And within the agreement, they have the option of either removing and abandoning the hotel and developing this property for residential use, or a hotel, but they can't have both. So since, you know, we had a difficult time with this because it does look like a residential development, and the development of these units will be open for individual ownership, but not as residents. And according to the agreement, they have to be under one management of the hotel for it to be a hotel, even though it's spread out across the terrain. So it's under one management. It can be they can be individually owned. They are commercial, so they will be treated as such for fire protection, for everything else. They're not going to be treated as dwelling units. Yeah, I'm okay with this design after our long conversations, which spanned many days. And they were able to convince us that this will be truly a commercial resort hotel and not any residential use for sale or for long-term leasing for residential purposes. This is for transient occupancy only.
Well, there's one, when you say ownership of units, so you're talking about like timeshares.
I asked the developer if they were doing timeshares or fractionals, and they did say no. You would probably have to ask the applicant how they plan on doing that. We did ask that question initially, and the answer was no.
Is there someone that can answer that?
I'd like to have introduce Don Beauregard, Director of Development. And I think he could probably shed some light on this in terms of how we plan to handle the occupancy and the leasing.
Mr. Beauregard, we need to get you sworn in, sir.
Mute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
If you, oh, yep, sorry, Mayor. If you can please say aye, state your full name, and then you can state the organization you're representing.
My name is Don Beauregard. I'm the Director of Development for 21 Club Holdings, the applicant.
Perfect. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor and councilors, this question of ownership did come up early with staff, and we worked, I think, quite hard to come up with a concept that, from our perspective, and I think staff's, ensures that these properties will in fact be resort transient use. Every property in this development will be subject to codes, covenants, and restrictions. The city has evaluated those and I believe accepted them. They're quite detailed, but in those codes, covenants, and restrictions, there's a requirement that every owner must be enter into a rental management agreement. That rental management agreement has very specific owner use restrictions, and they're designed so that these units will not be used as residential properties. Those restrictions primarily consist of no owner use beyond 30 days in any given calendar quarter. The one difference between calendar quarters would be during opera season, the owners are allowed to use their units for 60 consecutive days. But other than that, it's limited to 30. And we believe that this is a clear distinction between a rental resort property and a residential owned property.
Thank you for that. So how are these not timeshares?
Well, there'll be individual timeshares, as you know, is a ownership of a portion of a property, usually a week or a certain amount of time. These will be fee simple ownership. We anticipate that a number of these 21 Club Holdings, the applicant, will likely develop and own a number of these itself. But we also anticipate that there'll be pods of these that will be developed by other investor groups in addition to 21 Club. So they're not ownership of a amount of time. They are fee simple ownership.
And so would you define these as vacation rentals then?
Yes, that's the way they're designed. There are, if you actually look at the floor plan, I don't know if we have it available, but there are two master suites. One is what we call a lock-off that can be rented separately. So in a typical 2-bedroom rental casita, you will have the ability to either have a family rent the 2-bedroom space, or we can lock off one space, 1 bedroom, and rent it as a hotel suite, and the other side as a 1-bedroom hotel suite. So they are designed to accommodate what we've found, and what drove us to not only the design of the units, but the overall design of this project is there's a very identifiable trend in the resort rental business right now, and it's influenced by COVID. And people want kitchens, and they want ability to have outdoor spaces. If possible, they want to avoid elevators. And all of that went into this concept to try to appeal to what we believe is the market demand for resort rental units in the future.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'm tired, so I'm probably not going to articulate this, but lodger's tax, is that applicable to this?
I think these will be influenced by the what I've lost the it is late the lodger's tax. What is that the name of it, or there's another?
There's gross receipts tax, but
yeah, the occupancy tax. These will be
occupancy tax, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so is subject to. Is that what you said?
Yes, these will be subject to that.
Okay. I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other questions from the governing body for staff or the applicant? Anybody from the governing body wish to raise a question? I don't see any other hands at this time from raising questions. I think I'm going to, where's our city attorney? Are you there, city attorney? I know you're there somewhere. There you are. Let's see, I think, guide me a little bit here. Are we going for a motion at this time and then more debate? I want to give Mr. Lilly a last chance to make a closing statement. I guess close the public testimony and go for a closing statement and a motion.
Mayor Weber, yes, I think if our staff need to respond to anything that's been said by the applicant, this would be a good time for that. And if the applicant needs to ask any questions of our staff and or make a closing statement, this would be a good time for that.
And then we'll go to a motion or motions. Mr. Lilly, you wish to make a closing statement of some relatively brief nature, because I think we all know it's 11 o'clock.
I really have nothing to add. I just really believe that this is the right product, the right design, the right resort for this property. And I think we've demonstrated the advantages of the smaller boutique resort over the entitlement, which was already in place. And I hope you'll support that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
From staff, any last comments?
I have none, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Escabel. I'm going to close the public hearing part of the testimony and open the floor for a motion to take up the matter in front of us. Is there a motion that anyone would like to make at this time? We have samples if you would like to refer to the packet. Councilor Vihel Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to the cheat sheet.
That's the right thing to do.
I move to approve case number 2021-4219 Monte Sereno Master Plan Amendment with design guidelines subject to conditions and approval recommended by the Planning Commission and city staff listed in Exhibit A, and I move to adopt the resolution, whatever number this is, adopting the master plan with design guidelines for Monte Sereno Master Plan Amendment, subject to conditions of approval recommended by the Planning Commission and city staff listed in Exhibit A, and move to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for case number 2021-4219 Master Plan Amendment with design guidelines for Monte Sereno Master Plan identified in Exhibit B.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. There's a Councilor Vihel Coppler did a mouthful there. Thank you for taking that on. Is there discussion of the motion in front of the governing body? Is there questions or comment? If not, Madam Clerk, I think we've had a discussion with the applicant, with staff, and we have motion and second in front of us. Could you please call the roll on the motion?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Baca,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion has been approved.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sticking with us to this late hour. Much appreciated. Much appreciated of staff as well. Thank you for presentation and answering questions and being with us.
I wish you all the best over the holidays.
You too, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any other business for us tonight?
No, Mayor, that was the last item.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.